Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day. Good morning. Can y'all hear me? Good morning. I'd like to call the Town Council Workshop Tuesday, February 14th, 2023 to order. Krista, are we in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, sir, we are.
Call the roll, please.
Be happy to. Mr. Brown?
Here.
Ms. Bryson?
Here.
Mr. Ames?
Here.
Mrs. Becker?
Here.
Mr. Stanford?
Virtually here.
Mr. Alfred?
Here.
Mayor?
Here.
All present, sir.
Thank you. If you will join me in standing and saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today's workshop is the next step on the process for improving parks and recreation on our island that began with Parks and Recreation Master Plan and will result with some new and some improved facilities. Today we have the town project managers and consultants here to share the current plans for the 5 parks. Town Council will be asked to provide input to be incorporated into final master plans. Jennifer Ray, Capital Program Manager, is here to kick off today's discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Town Council, Town Manager, senior staff, and the community for allowing us to be here today for this exciting opportunity to share these 5 parks. I hope we can tell by the number of people in the room how important parks and recreation are to our community, and hopefully by the end of this we find that they're not polarizing, but they actually bring people together. Parks have so many benefits, both for individuals and a community. They, besides just the obvious mental and physical health from fresh air and exercise, they are foundational to a connected community, providing organized and impromptu gathering spaces and improving our quality of life. They must be inclusive and multidimensional, providing the opportunity to preserve and celebrate our culture, our history, and art throughout our parks. They're economic drivers for our community, increasing property values and spurring private redevelopment in the neighboring areas. They also play a role in environmental sustainability by preserving open space, increasing air quality, improving air quality, and promoting education and stewardship of our resources. All of these benefits are directly related to our plan and the core values that were outlined there and adopted by Town Council, and based on the Parks and Recreation Master Planning and specific goals that were in the Parks and Rec Master Plan. I'm sure you'll hear today about promoting and prioritizing the value of parks and recreation in our community, providing best-in-class recreation facilities and programs, celebrating our unique natural amenities and cultural assets, improve and increase water access, improve and enhance multi-use trail system, provide opportunities for sports tourism, generate sufficient funds to maintain and build all of our parks in a high condition, and promote multidimensional inclusion for access for all parks, recreation, programming, and facilities. So these plans were based on that. As we discuss them, I think you will hear how they're not just thinking about those things, but they've been incorporated in the forefront of our consultants and client team and our community as we've been planning these. It's been a very collaborative process under the leadership of our project managers that are here today, working with our world-class consultants. We're bringing you 5 draft plans, but it's not even just working in staff. There have been many others in our community that have been instrumental in getting us here today. We have friends here from pickleball, friends from public tennis, soccer users, Island Rec Association, Bike Walk, the Native Island community, our neighbors, our residents. I'm not gonna, I know I'll leave somebody out, but it's been a real collaborative effort along the way. Some have been in on the front end, and some have come along a little bit later in the process, but we've listened and are including those comments in these plans. And the plans are better because of this collaborative nature of their development. And as exciting as this is as a collective, there will be trade-offs along the way. Not everyone wins every game, even when you're talking about parks and recreation, but everyone wins when we have better community spaces and better public parks. We have been stewards of our resources, of the space, of dollars, of the environment, of the provision of recreation facilities, balancing out. You'll see as we get into this, a long laundry list of desires that are being balanced across our system. And it will continue to be a balancing act as we go forward, but we're being very sensitive to, as we move and improve facilities, to not leave any one recreation user without somewhere to recreate while something else gets built. So I know that's something that you'll hear from public comment, a concern that they're going to get theirs and I'm going to not, it's going to take away from mine. And we're really looking at this holistically, so it's not one park versus another park. And there are even parks in our system that have improvements planned that we're not even talking about today. So it is over time going to be improving an amazing system. And this is not the end of the discussion. This is a step in the process and a really big day for recreation for our island. I'm excited. I hope you can tell. I'm not going to do the bulk of the talking today. You've heard me talk about these projects long enough lately, but our team is excited. Our consultants are excited, and I hope that you, Town Council, and the community will be excited at the end of this. It's a lot to go through. 5 parks plus some business items today. I'm going to encourage you to hold comment until we get through each park. Like, we'll do Chaplin first. They're in alphabetical order on the list. We'll do Chaplin first. We'll stop then and listen to discussion, answer any questions, get your input, and then we'll move on to the next one. And I know public comment comes a little bit later in your agenda. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Taylor Ladd as the project manager for the Chaplin Community Park Project. Brian Kinzelman is here with MKSK working on that project to go through a brief presentation for you.
Krista, if you could please pull up that. Okay, for the record, I'm Taylor Ladd, a capital program project manager, and it has been very exciting to be a part of this process. Prior to joining the CIP team, I was a senior planner, and since 2019 have worked on the Parks and Rec Master Plan very closely with many members of the community. I see a lot of familiar faces here, as well as our town council. So it's especially significant for me to be sitting in this chair today, bringing these plans forward to our community. Next slide, please. Do you have the clicker there? Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Krista. So a big recommendation that came out of the Parks and Rec Master Planning process and the needs assessment of our island park network is that we needed to take a strategic approach to address infrastructure and amenities for our sports facilities specifically, so that we have enough facilities for all of our youth and adult programs. We have a very active island community. We also have a lot of active folks who come and visit with us. And so it's important to make sure that what we have offering in our parks network can meet the needs of the folks who live and the folks who visit here. Also, so that we have a best-in-class park system, and so that we can continue to provide open space, community space, and natural areas for everyone to enjoy. But we also want to be providing those spaces in balance and Miss Ray here was just talking about balance. We want to provide those spaces in balance with what our sporting needs are. So on this map here, you can see we have Chaplin, Crossings, Barker, as well as a future racket facility on Marshland Road that we'll be looking at today. Barker is in this discussion. We're not showing a Barker plan today, but it's part of this discussion because it's part of what we're looking at to help balance the needs in the facilities across the island. Next slide, please. So Chaplin opened in 2001, and so of significance today, the first 3 parks we're looking at on this agenda have all been with us for about 20 to 25 years. So in the life cycle of a park, we're getting to a point where it's really good to be looking at ways to bring in new ideas, improve facilities to meet today's trends and interests of the community. So it's about 67 acres, and it was opened as a classic sports facility with also community spaces. So there's a dog park, there's beach access, there's tennis courts, there's pathways, and as well as sporting fields. And existing today, there is a baseball, softball field as well. So some criticisms of the park that came from all of our community input over time, as well as the recreation needs assessment that we did back in 2019, is that there's no central organizing element to the park. You get there and then what do you do? Is there a central gathering space, something that gives it a sense of place and a sense of meeting as Chaplin Community Park? So we're trying to work on creating that. And there's also some outdated organization and some things that are just tucked in. Does it feel safe? We want to provide really good access and safety for the park. And also, there's a need for more parking and looking at improving the fields to meet our needs. So with that, we brought in, next slide, please. We brought in a team to look at a capacity plan for the park. So this is not a finalized master plan. This is just looking at when we talk to the community, what it is everybody would possibly want, how would it look, could it fit here? Not that this is the ideal arrangement, but this is kind of part of the process. This is where we started, and you're going to see something like this for Crossings as well. But in this process, we heard things, and this is what then we brought in our team from MKSK to take forward, is that we wanted to create that impactful and memorable park moment and sense of place. We wanted Burke's Beach Road and Castanet Drive to feel like a road through a park and to be a safe environment. We wanted to distribute parking, develop gateways into the park. So there has been discussions in the past about a linear park connecting through Chaplin to the beach all the way from Shelter Cove. So that would be an element of this and part of the gateway aspect of the park. Balance a proposed program with existing natural resources. So we don't want to pave over everything. We want there to be that balance again. We want to embrace the folly, the marshland edge, and really celebrate that, celebrate the beach, and balance the rest of it with the neighborhoods and the folks who are visiting and the folks who live nearby. So as with any planning exercise, it is an iterative process. That means we've been through pages and pages of planning for this park and, different design iterations to get us to where we are today. And along the way, we've heard a lot of feedback, and we're very excited to bring this next step forward to you. So with that, Mr. Kinzelman, I'll hand it over to you. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Taylor. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, and Council, thanks again for having me. Again, for sake of the audience, my name is Brian Kinzelman. I'm Senior Principal with MKSK. As Taylor had suggested, staff does, I think, an absolutely excellent job of adjudicating uses, understanding emerging trends, and finding a place for it on our island. We're lucky to have a magnificent park system. Very, very fortunate to have what we have, and it's getting better with every passing day. So the existing facilities on the park are listed on the left. On the right are the park program issues that we heard from the public and from suggestions that we want to add to the park. Restrooms, accommodations for pickleball, repurposing tennis courts, potentially adding cover for basketball courts, dog park, beach operations and access, improved safety, for all pedestrians, vehicle operators, park users. That is understood throughout all of this. New destination play area, again, expansion of the park. So with that kit of parts, and assuming my clicker works, and it does, thank you very much. As you squint your eye and look at this beautiful piece of ground, we've got to balance the island-wide recreation needs in blue, fields and active play with the neighborhood amenities. At the end of the day, this is more than just a community park. It's a neighborhood park as well. It has to satisfy the needs of those who are adjacent. And also, we've got the natural environment that we start with and protect as we work in these other uses. This is the concept plan that we've generated from that diagram that Taylor had suggested. I want to go through the systems and enlargements because at this scale it's very difficult to read without that more detailed explanation. First off, those gateways into the park. As at the parkway, we've got a signalized intersection that safe crossing and connection to Chaplain Linear Park, ultimately to Shelter Cove Park, and that continuation through this park to Burke's Beach is certainly a goal. Castnet and Burke's and Singleton, we want those to feel more like park drives, not collector streets. So they belong to the park. Again, Castnet has got this magnificent environment with the folly and open water to our east. We want to take full advantage of that with views and pedestrian access and create safe, intuitive crossings at Burke's and at Singleton so that all users can cross safely, motorists can visually understand those park users, and provide a sense of arrival. Again, as Taylor had suggested, I think what this park lacks is that sense of organization. I'll come to that in a moment. Burke's Beach is direct access to one of our primary beaches on the island. We all know how popular our beaches are for good reason. It also is a neighborhood street. So we've got those folks that live off of both Singleton and Burke's Beach that must be accommodated while we're providing safe access for vehicles and pedestrians and intuitive places for people to park and to drop off and enhance those streetscapes. Back to that connection from Shelter Cove all the way to Burke's Beach and beyond, this green belt and trail system connection across the parkway through the natural area of the park, along the Folly and to Burke's Beach, while we're celebrating the island heritage and the culture and the backdrop of where the town has come from, which I think is an important story to tell all of the time, everywhere. So through those series of spaces and trails and nodes, we can share the story, as we say, of where we've come from, the heritage, the place, the culture, the natural systems that everybody is enjoying. It's important for people to understand and learn what the place really means. I've got enlarged plans here again to better understand how this large park lays out. To the whole idea of organization, we felt it was important that the place had a center, a people center to it. We've also been very cognizant, staff and ourselves, in utilizing as much of the existing conditions as possible. We've got to be good stewards of our limited financial resources. So we're building upon most of the parking areas. We're repurposing what we can. We're taking advantage of the open fields for play and aligning those fields maybe better within those openings, and then create that sense of place. So the parking areas off of both Castnet and Burke's Beach end at a nexus of this people active place of a core of the park. It's complete with bike hub, concessions, restrooms, outdoor lawn space, places for food trucks, drop off for moms, dads, families, teams, destination playground. This is really the people intense place of the park. We also heard through our corridors work that the bicycle community on the island has brought to our attention, rightfully so, that there's a lack of restroom and comfort stations along this beautiful trail system that we have that's only going to get better over time, and that many bicyclists are utilizing private property and private businesses for the use of restroom facilities. We thought it was important to bring the trail along the parkway into the edge of the park, have a destination for that trail system for as a bike hub, concessions, restrooms, places to rest, catch your breath, and then carry on. So we can serve a couple of issues there. I think the town has done a fabulous job in recent years of having some outstanding civic architecture. These park buildings are important to the culture and the sense of place that the town is. We would look to continue that thoughtfulness as we build new structures within this park. We've taken advantage again of the existing field openings, but we're providing for 3 turf full-size multi-use fields and 2 artificial surfaced full-size multi-purpose fields as well, with the full accommodations of goals and bleachers and covered player benches and lights and the like. So this is fully optioned, as it were. And then the distribution of parking, taking advantage of that exists off of Burke's Beach. We're expanding it. We're expanding the parking off of Castnet in both locations, north and south, with restrooms and vending stations and field storage. Pavilion at the destination playground, a reimagined dog park and nature park and pathway system. The neighborhood park, we think, can speak to the beautiful environment of the Folly and the dunes and be something special and unique to this place. Active recreation in the southern portion of the park south of Singleton, covered basketball courts, a new beach operations facility taking advantage of the parking lot that exists there, the addition of pickleball in that location, also the repurposing of the existing tennis courts into pickleball courts, and the addition of 2 padel courts as well. So that gives us 24 pickleball courts in the place of those tennis courts. We'll come to where tennis on the island will reside in a moment. Full accommodations there as well. Restrooms, shade structures, intuitive and clear and safe passage from place to place to place in the park, to parking, to these facilities with safe crosswalks and intersections. The neighborhood amenities of open lawn, picnic pavilions, pathways, again, dog park and nature play. And part of the telling the story, wayfinding kiosk and heritage messaging along the way. Along Burke's Beach, again, a very popular and meaningful access point to the beach, improved drop-off with a restroom and wash-off area, safe improved intersection, expanded parking, trail system from parking to the beach, again, with understanding that we've got residents to our north and active beachgoers going to the beach itself. Opportunity for an overlook into the Folly. It is a magnificent environment, and nature trails on the peninsula. This gives you a bird's eye perspective of the breadth of the park looking to the southeast. That architecture is a placeholder. That's not the architectural style that we're proposing, simply represents some enclosed program. But you can see parking both right and left, opportunity for food trucks, for drop-off, for pop-up tents, open field play, the multi-purpose fields, the Burke's Beach access in the background. So this is now, I feel, an organized place, a real community place with safe crossings. We've increased the parking park-wide by 40%. So we've added significantly to 48% increase of parking, to be more precise. So that not only accommodates the field users and their families and the destination playground, but also the beach access. If this beach is meant to take off maybe some pressure of beaches elsewhere, we've got to accommodate those beachgoers. And there's the full Monty, as they say, all-in-one view shed. It's a magnificent piece of property, as I've said before. We're blessed to have this beautiful park system here, and the town has been wise in the past to secure these types of properties. I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Well, let's, if you don't mind, let's look at, since you mentioned tennis, let's have that quick conversation and then go back to this. So, Krista, if you'll open the one that's tennis concept A. So where Taylor started with this conversation is where we started, which was taking the program and trying to apply everything to Chaplin Park. And you could tell that there was really no room to breathe. There was no area just left as open space for the sake of having good green open space in a park. So we started looking at options, and one was to go to a site that the town owns on Marshland Road and look at the addition of a tennis complex to our park system. So this, is there any way to shrink it down just a little bit? It shows, and this is not to the level of these other parks yet. We are just doing a capacity study to see what would work, and we'll come back to you at a later date to talk specifically about this park. But I think it's important, especially for our guests here today, to understand when Brian says repurpose tennis for pickleball, it doesn't mean that there's not a value anymore in tennis. So wanted to give a little snapshot. This complex is showing 22 courts, a mix of hard true and hard surface courts with parking, as well as some community facilities taking advantage of the beautiful views out there of the creek, kayak launch, some public space beyond just tennis. This is at the level that we just got a survey, and we're working with Santee Cooper and our tree survey and wetlands to see what would really fit, but wanted to show that that is how we believe one way that would work to move tennis out of Chaplin is to provide a new home to tennis and repurpose that to put pickleball there. There are lots of ways to do it. This is just one way for consideration. So if you want to go back to the Chaplin presentation, Krista, I think we're ready at this point to take comments from town council.
Okay. Council members, any comments or questions?
I'm happy to jump in.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Brian and Jen and Taylor, for all the work that you've done. I know this has been a project that y'all have been focused on for probably at least more than a year. And so it's nice to see something on paper being brought forth to council. I'm going to start where my heart is with this, and then move down to things that are closely seconds and thirds. But first, the environment. This area with the folly of Hilton Head is one of the most environmentally sensitive areas, with more than 5 or about 5 systems that collide. The idea, and I don't mean to be negative, but the idea that we are going to introduce overlooks or tree houses or pathways through that area is really, for me, is a non-starter. We must continue on Hilton Head to preserve our environment that we were given and blessed with, and those types of plans do nothing but to destroy what has made Hilton Head special. Throughout every document that I read, and I went back over the last couple of days and read all of our reports that Hilton Head has, the RUDAT report, the Ward 1 report, and everyone of those coming forward. And what is in every single report is that we must protect our environment. And so I personally do not want to see pathways, hiking trails through that environmentally sensitive area. I do not want to see something protruding out into that folly area as an overlook. I would like to respect our environment and continue to protect it for the generations to come. I'll follow that with on-street parking. We fought very hard on Burks Beach Road to provide a safe environment for walking for residents and tourists to get to the beach. And we're happy with the results. To now introduce new on-street parking in an area that will draw more people and be more congested will create those same unsafe conditions. And so while I understand parking is important, on-street parking is a dangerous situation that we've worked to prevent in the past, and I'd like to see us remove the on-street parking there. There are a number of pieces in here. The built environment, while it's very pretty on paper, we have to think about our brand and who we are as Hilton Head. We protect our trees. We like to see our green space and open space. Every time we build something that is aesthetically pleasing, no doubt, we intrude in that space that we need as human beings to be able to continue to grow and to express ourselves and to live with nature. And so some of the structures that I've seen, in my opinion, are too big and take away from, again, having the space and the green and the air and the simpleness that comes with living on Hilton Head. And so I'd like for us to revisit that and not include those types of things. And while I also understand that an opening to announce this beautiful park might be important, 278 is a parkway. It is not a thoroughfare. And every time we open up the land to the parkway, we do nothing but diminish the idea that William Hilton is a parkway. 278 is a parkway and should be instead being built with more green space, more land space, more pathways that intertwine to give us a sense that we are one community and one island and not an island with a major thoroughfare from the beginning to the circle. So those are some of my very strong opinions. Other than that, I think there are an awful lot of beautiful things that will happen here. I think pickleball is important, obviously, and I know that there is a strong desire to have these courts. I do worry about the logistics. I do not think that we should be trading one for the other, but there has to be a seamless transition. I think the future tennis park will be an impressive spot and will hold a lot of good news for us in the tennis world in the future. But there does need to be a seamless transition so that we can bring pickleball into play in an appropriate Hilton Head way, world class, while we're designing that tennis space. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Patsy?
Sure. I was told last time I had to get closer to the mic, so can those in the back hear me okay? Okay, great. First of all, I have a totally different view of things. I value the environment as well, but I also love parks, and I love recreation. And I like that this concept has looked towards programming different parks and balancing that out. I think that's important to do. I grew up going to parks. I learned to play tennis on a public park. I backpack on the Appalachian Trail and other places. So I appreciate going to lots of national, international parks and focusing them, pardon me, by program is important. And I do like the introduction of, specific areas for specific activities. I think that's very helpful. On Sunday afternoon, I spent some time walking and driving around this park and the other parks that we're considering, except for a couple of them I couldn't make to on Sunday afternoon, because there was this Super Bowl going on, and that kind of, also directed my Sunday activities. But a couple of things. One is always asking about phasing. How do we plan to phase in different activities here? And with the tennis courts now in use, there are folks actually playing on Sunday afternoon, even during the rainy time. My husband and I played tennis there on those courts before. Anyhow, if we're phasing in pickleball in those areas, then what do we do with tennis, public tennis in the meantime? So question about phasing. The other thing that I was curious about is walking across on the other side of Singleton Beach Road. How many acres is that area where the basketball courts, pickleball courts, and beach operations are planned? There's a lot of paved area. How much? What's the size of that acreage, and what size is actually buildable acreage? So I'd like to know about that, because I've heard from the pickleball community that the separation in those two locations is a bit challenging. And having walked around all those areas on Sunday afternoon, I agree. And I just wondered about centering pickleball activities in one place as we're centering the multi-use fields in one place, because I think that would be helpful, especially if you're having events where you're competing and you're moving from one court to the other. I appreciate that there's some interest in not making Singleton Beach as heavily trafficked, but I do think about the development that's at the end of that Singleton Beach Road and traffic crossing when I'm paying attention to what court I'm headed to and how well did I score and how do I need to improve my play. And folks are excited running back and forth across the road. So I'm a little concerned about separating those activities. So phasing, I like the programming. I like that this combines trails to appreciate the environment. As a bicyclist, I love the pathways. I love the connection, the Chaplin Linear Park idea. My family and I went to this beach access, so I think that an improvement in that beach turnaround area would be great, because it was certainly jammed up last summer. So what else can I say about it? Let me look at my notes. I like the artificial turf fields. I understand from folks that is helpful to especially kids' activities to have artificial turf. Yeah, and I think those are basically my comments. And the final thing is we didn't talk about storm drainage, but in introducing different phases and maybe some other improvements. What are we doing? There's some lagoons there, and what's the impact here on the storm drainage system on the property, and are we protecting that from future flooding events? So I want to hear a little bit about storm drainage as well. Have not yet played padel ball, but of all the sports I've ever tried in my life, I look forward to trying more.
All right, thank you, Patrick. Steve?
Well, first of all, I think it's a very impressive presentation by staff and by MKSK. I appreciate how inclusive it is in terms of the number of different activities. I'm pleased to see pickleball courts and the pathways. I think pedestrian and cycle activity through this park will be important. My one question here is that there's a reference to a pickleball stadium. Is it anything more at this point than a little block on the map?
Yeah, at this level of detail, it's taking 2 of the pickleball courts and converting them into a stadium. So adding the bleachers so that you could have a stadium court as part of that larger complex.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
That's it? Okay, Alex?
I like it. I'm definitely in support of the direction. I dearly appreciate all the time and effort that's gone into getting us to this point. And for some that may have heard some of what I'm about to say, I apologize, but we do have new faces and new thoughts in the room. Chaplin, the neighborhood, the park is named Chaplin. For those that don't know, Mr. Chaplin was a slave owner on Hilton. And I'm not suggesting that we change the name of the neighborhood or change the name of the park. But when we start to talk about island heritage, I want to make sure that we're telling the complete story. And I also want to make sure that we're understanding that we have come a long way from when this was a plantation. So as I look at this layout of amenities and opportunity, it just screams to me a sense of place for everybody on Hilton Head. So again, I appreciate the direction and where we're going. A few things that I wanted to just add. One, the Folly, I agree, is very sensitive area. And while I would not want to see paved pathways to the Folly, I would certainly like to maintain the natural paths that have been created over generations so that folks can access the Folly for fishing, okay? I was there and got muddied a few months ago. Nevertheless, it is very actively used, and I don't want that to go away. The next is, I saw that beach volleyball was kind of a side note there, sand volleyball. Not sure if that's included in another plan or if it's something that we didn't feel as if we had enough requests, but I will tell you that my coattail gets pulled as far as the sand volleyball is concerned, and us being an island, it almost seems appropriate that we have it somewhere, and it definitely speaks to a demographic that we are not only have here on Hilton Head, but actually attracting. And the last thing, I just wanted to talk safety a bit. The signalized intersection at Singleton is great. As we start to evolve here with more activity, the interesting thing about Chaplin Park is one of the few parks that has the competition of also beach access, right? So I'm not opposed, and I'm strongly suggesting that we consider going after SCDOT for a signalized intersection at Burks Beach Road also, okay? The Chaplin corridor is one that experiences very, very fast traffic, and we've talked for a long time about trying to slow the traffic down, and I think an intersection with a light will help do that. So as we move in the direction of spending money to do this, I think we need to be very mindful and very aggressive with fixing our traffic issues throughout this corridor. So those are my comments, and again, I thank the staff and of course our consultants and the community for all the input along the way. We'll definitely get into a very good place with these plans.
All right, thank you, Alex. Glenn, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Go ahead.
Good. First, I want to thank Taylor and Jennifer and Brian and the whole team for doing an outstanding presentation, being very creative, and listening to what the input has been from citizens as well as the town council, and then, of course, the experts. I'm pleased to see that this is going to be maintained as an active park. We all know that Mid-Island we're focusing on Mid-Island as being more of a passive park. And so here we have two central parks that serve totally different interests and needs moving forward. So I think that's outstanding. Honestly, it never occurred to me to move the leisure trails into the park, but golly, that's a great idea. It's an outstanding idea. I have been hearing from citizens, a lot of whom are close friends, about pickleball for 4 or 5 years now. So here we are on the brink of bringing in pickleball. I understand that. I appreciate that. I know that it is the most rapidly growing sport in the country. So I think that this design will take some more refinement moving forward, but I'm pleased with it. Two relatively small specific questions are, one, I see a multi-use building concept kind of in the center of this park. I don't know what that is. I just don't know what it is and what its functions would be. And then two, over my lifetime, I've seen the evolution of artificial turf, and I don't know, honestly, if artificial turf has been developed so that it is indeed a functional surface and not a dangerous surface moving forward. But in summary, I see a lot of great ideas, and I salute you for doing them. I look forward to seeing this park revised and developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. David.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm enthusiastic about the entire presentation today. But because of my background, I look at plans and ask the question, what are they trying to tell us? In other words, I think it's important to interpret what is the language of planning so that we know what we're going to get. I begin with a high value of preservation of the barrier island, subtropical vegetation, and habitat for animals. And secondly, a high regard for our brand of excellence. I hear people saying we need to preserve barrier island vegetation and environment. We have a challenge. Every new person who comes onto this island lives in a house that used to have trees. Every person comes to our island and expects services, and today we're talking about recreation. So it's very difficult on a 28,000 acre island to preserve to the extent that I was used to back in 1973, when we have people coming to this island in 2023 and want to live here. So we are, in fact, nibble by nibble, urbanizing this island. And the question is, are we going to have any areas that we can point to in the future and say that is an example of subtropical vegetation and a habitat for the animals that want to live here? That's a real challenge strategically for us in all of these conversations that we're having today. In terms of brand excellence, we all know that Heritage Golf Tournament is a huge event on this island. Brand excellence for golf. We used to have the Family Circle Cup on the island, brand excellence for tennis. We have gold bike pathways onto platinum. We want to do great things with pickleball. As a matter of fact, Palmetto Dunes is already having national tournaments here. So we are doing things that support brand excellence. But when I look at Chaplin, and as a matter of fact, when I look at all 5 of our presentations today, I say, what are our strategic commitments that we are making in these plans? And what might be missing in these plans? Strategic commitments. We know that Coligny Beach is our main beach parking area and attraction. A strategic question I don't think we have to answer today, though, is that what we are going to live with, because it has tremendous impacts on the Palmetto Bay-Pope Avenue corridor. And as off-island population expands, I think that's going to become a bottleneck. And so instinctively, I'm saying, what is our alternative to Coligny Circle to accommodate a tidal wave of off-island population growth that inevitably is going to want to come to the beach? Now, our strategic challenge is, are we going to limit that by parking on this island, or are we going to plan it in a way that we can accommodate it for the benefit of island residents and businesses on the island? So when I look at Chaplin Park at this time, I don't have answers to that question. In reading the language of the plan, I see we are committing ourselves to a relatively low-density, residential-oriented park. And I think this council and the community has to ask the important question, is that where we want to end up? My concern is that if we make that decision today, we are committing Coligny Circle and the Palmetto Bay-Pope Avenue corridor to something that we may not be able to back out of. There is simply not enough capacity. So from a community planning standpoint, I think an important question that we have to ask is Chaplin Park intended to be an alternate and an addition to Coligny? If it is, then there are issues of accommodating parking, accommodating facilities, and so on and so forth. I just think that those are questions that we as a council have to wrestle with. What's missing? It's interesting. We are surrounded by water, and yet this plan doesn't have a swimming pool in it. We are relying on a swimming pool at the rec center that was built 35 years ago. I really don't remember exactly when. 25-meter pool. Are we going to have brand excellence in swimming in a community that's surrounded by water? Tennis, golf, pickleball, bike riding. Where the heck is swimming? To me, that's a huge missed opportunity and something that we ought to rectify. So now this plan is going to be phased over time. I understand that. But we ought to answer the question today, do we want to leave open the option for some kind of brand excellence swimming complex, competition, whatever you want to call it, for this community? I think it's important because it attracts young families who are very health-oriented and want to be able to be in a swimming pool. And today, we simply aren't meeting that level of brand excellence in swimming. It's important for the public to remember all these plans are going to be phased. When you see something on the screen, it's not going to come all at one time. It's not an expense that we're today going to write a check for X millions of dollars and have it done. All these plans are going to be phased. Okay, so I'll summarize on Chaplin. Strategic commitment, is it an alternative
an alternative to Coligny and brand excellence, can we not have a swimming pool in this community? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, David. That was deep. First of all, I'm going to say that, thank you for the work that's gone into this, not only from a staff standpoint, but also from a public comment standpoint, because there were surveys that have been provided to help us get to where we are now. So it is important to understand that the community has had input in what is being presented today. Chaplain Park has been our designated facility for a long time for field sports. Seeing that we're looking at AstroTurf or artificial turf is good to have that in the realm because of the downtime that we've experienced over the years through different organizations not being able to utilize fields has been great. So from that standpoint, it is a definite need. I do agree that the environmental aspect of that area is very sensitive, and we need to make certain that whatever is done there definitely is incorporated into the plan to make certain that we're not disturbing anything that is sensitive. Alex, talking about another stoplight on Hilton Head it cringes me. I love the days of no stoplights and then one stoplight. That was a big changer on this island, but our responsibility is safety, and that is something that will have to be taken in consideration, because you're right. Not that I want to see it, but if it means that one less person is injured, then definitely we've got to take a look at that. In terms of phasing, it's important to understand for tennis that you're not going to be without courts. If it's decided that pickleball is going to go into this location, then it will go into a location that will not affect the tennis courts. Then tennis courts would be done. So that phasing aspect is extremely important to understand, that you won't be out of opportunity to play. I'd also say that if we're looking at having somewhat of a stadium for pickleball, I'm not certain that taking away 2 courts is the right avenue. I think we need to look at mobile bleachers that can be rolled over the courts so that we're not losing that capacity. So thinking outside of the box a little bit, what can we do? Maybe it's not in the middle. Maybe it's just a little different setup, but I think it's important that we have that because the growth is there. And we know that it's coming, and I've had conversations, and we know that pickleball is just going to continue to explode. In terms of Chaplain being the relief for Coligny, that's currently not in my thought process. Previously, it had been years ago when we were looking at that tract to add a water facility there with a pool and have that as a separate driver for to relieve some congestion down there. Your comments about a pool bring back a big conversation that's transpired over the past. And yes, one public pool is not enough for our community. In looking at the overall planning of these 5 parks, it really introduces a whole nother aspect and component that will change the thought process, if in fact that's the direction we're going to go. But I will tell you, through my association with the Island Rec Association, the pool is extremely utilized. It is packed. The need for another facility on this island has been there for a long time, and it is something that we need to have discussions about. In closing, redoing these parks that have been long in coming, based off of population, there are certain needs that are required by the master plans. We have not been keeping up with those requirements. It is time that we do act and we move these parks forward, obviously with some adjustments and modifications, but it is important that we bring that excellence into our programming and to our facilities. So understand that as a council, we're here to make certain that we do the right things for the community and that we do it in a phasing system that does not keep anybody out. So With that being said, I want to let y'all know that we're going to open up comments at the end to discuss all 5 of these. So now we're going to move on to the Crossings Master Plan.
Mayor,
Mayor,
if I
think
may.
we have a couple comments.
Yeah, if I can just follow up on a couple of comments that were made, just for clarification. Thank you. Yes, that Folly area gets heavily fished. I walk every day, not only the beach, but the Chaplin Park, Singleton area, and there is fishing almost every single day, all different times of the day. Fishing access, however, is not through those sensitive areas. The fishing access is down through the Burke's Beach access to the beach and over, or down Singleton Road to Collier Beach, which is also a public beach, and that's how you access those fishing areas. And so again, I will continue to say that I will stand in the way of pathways formalized through that ecologically sensitive area that is important not only to Hilton Head, but the entire Low Country area. And that will be a continued theme for me to ensure that we are protecting Hilton Head's environment while we are looking to accommodate our residents, our tourists, our visitors, and possibly more coming from off island. It's important that we don't sacrifice our island for that, and that we remain the paradise that has drawn most, if not all of us here. We cannot be all things to everyone. And while there are lots of sports out there, and each one has their merit, and each one has their very enthusiastic players and supporters, we cannot be everything to everyone, or we will lose what we have as an island that makes us special. And so a wildlife corridor hasn't been mentioned. You keep talking about people and all kinds of things like that. If you look back through those reports, wildlife corridor, a focus on our environment, a focus on our nature is important to Hilton Head Islanders for generations and for decades from the past. And I hope to represent that moving forward into the future and remind those of us who might forget why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Betsy.
Mayor, I'll try to be brief. I think it'd be helpful for the staff and our consultant, and I do appreciate their work and that, the work of the community as well. Certainly important parts of our life here at our parks. But what I want to see and understand is pickleball and tennis, and making sure that we have the right facilities in the right place. And that's why I ask about the size of the track on the other side of Singleton Beach Road. You know, could we put all the pickleball there and move the other, the basketball courts and the beach operations somewhere else? I don't know where else might be. Or comparing it to the Marshland site, which we've also seen some plans for pickleball and tennis there. So I'd like to know the pros and cons of those opportunities so we can have pickleball and tennis. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just throw one thing that I had written down that you know, in looking at the scope of the land, is it possible to put the dog park where the pickleball courts are and to move the pickleball courts over to that area so they're more centralized? So just a thought. But that being said, any other comments? Great. Crossings Park Master Plan.
Do you still have the clicker? Go to the next slide.
There we go. There we go. Right, you're all set.
Great. Right there. Thank you so much. So moving on to Crossings Park. This is another one of our well-loved Parks on the Island, it opened in the mid-90s, 96, 97, and actually was the first recreation facility park on the island other than our beach parks. So it was a very exciting opportunity for the town to build this park and kind of usher in the kind of recreation facility community parks that we have on the island. So the Parks and Rec Master Plan for this park recommended consolidating baseball, softball fields here. And that is because elsewhere on the island, we have 3 fields at Barker that until recently have been managed by the county, and then 1 ball field at Chaplin that are underutilized. And so the desire was to consolidate baseball and softball here and really hone in on that opportunity, because the facilities that we have here now are very well used and well loved, and we would love to have the opportunity to create that sense of place here for our baseball and softball programs. But also, a lot of folks who live in the area and visit here use this park. As you can see, there's a huge green space below the existing ball fields. Those are trails, our very own soft surface off-road trail network that a lot of folks love to run and ride their bikes on. And it really is a unique opportunity to add to what we know to be a wonderful pathway and trails network on the entire island. So it's an investment in not only sports facilities for the island, but again, meeting that balance of having and providing for our community. So you'll see where we put in here another capacity study done by a previous team. And the idea for that is to preserve the landscape, preserve the nature that's here, honor the interest in the use of the trails that are allowed, that we are able to do in the preserved area, to really expand on what we offer in the Bristol Sports Arena and kind of our extreme sports community, we like to say, with the skate park and the arena there. Develop gateways in the park. Again, that's a common theme here, and looking at Helmsman Way as being a roadway through the park, and continuing to embrace those natural resources, and then using the opportunity to improve our sports facilities for the community. So, Mr. Kinzelman.
Thank you, Taylor. As suggested previously, we've got existing facilities in the park and then an amended program of facilities that we want to accommodate in the park. That is, consolidate all the ball fields on the island for that league play in one central location, add a 210-foot ball field, expand to 300 feet, the larger field to the extent possible. We've got very sensitive environmental areas, as we all know there. We are not violating those. Replace the concession and plaza and dog park, create new destination playground, new skate park facilities at the Bristol, add a Champions Walk and a covering to the sports arena. So that's a lot of program in an area, as you can squint your eye and see, doesn't have much blue space to it, right? That green environmental area is just that, meant to stay passive and natural for both flora and fauna. Neighborhood amenities are in the brown tones. Again, Taylor mentioned this Champions Walk. There's destination playground. There's also dog park facilities that will be used by the neighbors adjacent, not just island-wide folks, and then the active play of the fields. Again, the concept plan as a whole, I'll speak to some of the systems and details and then come back to that. The existing circulation, Taylor made mention of Helmsman being, the desire is for it to be more of a parkway, a drive through the park. There's access to the Bristol off of both Arrow and Helmsman. The Hague Point Circle intersection at Helmsman Way is less than optimum, I'll say, in terms of visibility and safety as we enter and exit there. And we're looking to improve that for a number of reasons, not the least of which is the safety aspects. So we're proposing, first off, that Hague Point intersection is improved, and the circle, which quite frankly doesn't hold the same utility as our other circles and roundabouts on the island, we can bypass that with access to the embarkation and capture back some open space. Right now, that circle is used as de facto parking for some of the busier times in the park. Enhance the streetscapes to give us a sense of arrival. Again, you almost have to discover this park. That's good news and that's bad news, but we've got safety issues relative to turning motions and vehicles, pedestrians, and bicyclists accessing the park as well. So we're looking to bring intuitive intersections and clear paths of vehicle travel. Again, converting that traffic circle to a park amenity. On Helmsman, as we know, many folks park on that right side of Helmsman and find their way into the park through trails and paths. That is an extremely wide road. It's wider than it really needs to be from a traffic standpoint. We're suggesting that we look at that from a pure engineering and traffic standpoint of narrowing that, taking advantage of overbuilt turn lanes for a planted median, again, to create more of a park drive, less of a throughway, continue to have that on-street parking for that safe access directly into the park and to the diamonds, and expand the streetscape. Again, driveway through the park. We're not proposing any program between Palmetto Bay and Helmsman. That is to remain naturalized, and I personally think that's a beautiful piece of parkland and separation from the two roadways. Again, the gateways and the intersections. Safe and intuitive crossings, pedestrian crossings, navigation into the park off of Helmsman, and make sure that we can get our pedestrians and bicyclists safely into the park. This is the overall plan. I'll go to the enlargements, if you will. This suggests how we propose to realign Hague Point. It continues on past the park entrance to the embarkation lot, and that's just fine. But it does have a boulevarded entrance for both vehicles and pedestrians from the trail system and from the roadway into the park to a decision point, which is at the pedestrian promenade, and right turn, left turn to drop-offs at the banks of fields. So again, it's an intuitive circulation. It's safe and visible for pedestrians and bicyclists as well. The Champions Walk, being a National Leaguer at heart and a lifelong Cincinnati Reds fan, we've got a very important Major League ball player that will be, I would imagine, celebrated along with all of the other softball players and baseball players and teams and coaches and umpires that have spent time on these diamonds and on the island. So I think there's a lot to celebrate in that Champions Walk. We've also created a Champions Plaza, and that's as much a community space as it is to celebrate softball and baseball. And you can see it's fairly good sized. It's got tremendous views to the wetland area, the natural areas, but it's a place for teams to gather, for events, for trophy ceremonies, for any number of holiday activities, neighborhood gatherings as well. So I think that's a tremendous aspect of this park. Again, let's celebrate those folks, even the umpires. We'll even celebrate the umpires. But tell the story of the history of softball and baseball in the island, and take advantage of those magnificent views to some lagoon and to the wetlands. The existing ball diamonds, there's two 210-foot lines and one 280. We're looking to add two more 210 fields and expand the 280 to a 300-foot outfield fence line, again, staying out of the sensitive environmental areas, working within what Mother Nature has given us. And all the full accoutrements that go along with what is a best-in-class field sport park. Benches, batting cages, soft toss areas, covered dugouts, bleachers, fan conveniences, power outlets, everything that allows us to take full advantage of what is best-in-class facilities.
And if I can jump in here, you'll see on the screen, and much like we talked about at Chaplin, an opportunity for artificial turf and natural turf. Those are decisions that'll come in the next phase. You know, as we drill down into that, it's a desire from users to have more flexibility, but we also want to balance from an environmental standpoint. So here we are showing an opportunity that it could be a couple of each. It could be all natural, it could be all artificial, but those are details that will be fine-tuned as we move through the design process.
Thanks, Jennifer. I overlooked that, and Councilman Stanford made comment on Chaplin as well. The state-of-the-art of artificial turf, it isn't what it used to be back in the 70s and 80s. It's a legitimate, high-quality product, and it's good for players, and it's good for maintenance and operations as well. So it's an issue to be addressed down the road. These fields will be fenced. There's flexible outdoor areas for miscellaneous recreation. There's intuitive parking. We've got orthogonal, as they say, parking aisles so people can park and walk. There's no blind spots within those parking lots. You enter off of Heggs Point, you come to a decision place, you move to a drop-off area, you go to your parking space, and we've increased the parking within this park by 40%. And that also we've got some on-street, on what used to be a street with the circle in this proposal, becomes a private park drive, and it's got on-street parking, so we can drive to this park with our pups and get out and utilize the dog park. It isn't just for those that are taking advantage of the other park facilities. So the supporting amenities, again, the dog park, we've got a PSD facility in that circle. Will accommodate that and still walk the dogs, as it were. Destination playground, pavilion, comfort stations. I think this neighborhood park and the destination playground within it can reflect that beautiful environment that is different than our other places. But let's bring some individual personality to this play area and the park. As Taylor had suggested, we've got natural trails, we've got paved paths. The dog park certainly will be controlled and fenced, and then flexible open space for miscellaneous play and neighborhood activities. We've got a somewhat tortured drainage channel through the park. We're proposing that we restore it back to its natural stream condition, repair that riparian buffer, restore and protect the wetlands to the extent possible, and let's celebrate that drainage facility, that stream corridor that acts as a drainage facility through the park as a park feature. On the Bristol side of things, we'll cover the arena. We're closing the curb cut off of Arrow Road and having a single curb cut into the parking lot off of Helmsman. We think that's a much safer condition. Arrow Road moves a fair amount of traffic. That being said, we're also looking to raise the crosswalks at Arrow Road to give credence to the pedestrian versus the vehicle, and reinforce the fact that Arrow Road is a driveway through a park, as is Helmsman. So we're looking to bring a little bit of civility to that as well and make for those safe crossings. Again, the architecture of the place is important, as stated for Chaplin. As we put on a cover and add other park facilities, we think the architectural character is important. That doesn't necessarily have to read as expensive. It needs to read as appropriate, right colors, materials, forms, and character. Opportunity for mountain bike trails, nature trails, and also the skate park in improved fashion. Restrooms, 61 parking spaces at the skate park, and picnic pavilion on the lagoon, and 55 spaces available for a trailhead parking lot. So you can see that we've distributed parking throughout the park there's different amenities in various places in the park, not just active ball playing. Perspective sketch looking down on that Champions Plaza with the parking to the upper left and the Champions Walk. I think staff and ourselves have envisioned that this is a highly active people place to take advantage of the environment, swings and benches, places for celebrations, shade structures, tell the story of softball and baseball on the island and in the Low Country. So could be a tremendous asset to our neighborhood conditions. And there is the concept as the whole.
Awesome, thank you. We'll bring it to council for comment. Steve?
Another very good presentation. As we get to the second of the parks that we're considering, it's reasonably clear that these are very ambitious plans. Taking one park at a time, it would be ambitious, but with 5, it's extremely ambitious, and I'm curious about whether thought has been given to the process. There's a reference been made to phasing in these proposed projects. Is it too early to ask whether that thought about phasing deals with starting with one park and moving through 5, or does it deal with providing an initial level of what you might do in the first round in all or most of the parks?
I think we have started some initial thoughts in our heads, but aren't to the point of sharing how that might occur. I think it's a balance, because there are a lot of ways you could do it. You just hit on, we could build an entire park at one time, but more likely, because our desire is not to take recreation offline at any one time, is that we would phase it around. So build new soccer before you take the soccer away from Chaplin, to build new baseball, build tennis before you take tennis away, to build new pickleball. So it'll be a very complex puzzle as we figure out, plus managing our capacity combined with all of the other priorities of town council that we'll talk about, when we start talking about CIP budget in the coming years. But it's a good challenge to have, I think, my opinion, but it's going to take some time to work through all of that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Hey, Glenn, I'll go to you next.
Need to get myself off of mute. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Am I on the air?
Yes, you are.
All right, sorry. Excuse me. Brian, another very creative approach to really expand the use and specialize the use of our first park. I think it's outstanding. I think the road and access improvements make a lot of sense, making more of a park-like feel along Helmsman certainly makes a lot of sense. I think one of the major things that people won't fully understand and appreciate for some time is the expanded parking. Because I know that in heavy baseball season, it's hard to find a parking space down there. So congratulations to you and the team for doing that expansion there. Frankly, I have not paid any attention to the lagoon down off of Arrow Road. Taking advantage of that makes some sense so long as we do so safely, dealing with our alligator friends who are certainly down there enjoying that lagoon. But I do see all that's happened here as an expansion of the opportunities for sports and recreation on the island, and I support it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Patsy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just looking at my notes, I'm glad Mr. Alfred asked about the phasing. I was going to ask about that as well, especially since the mayor reminded us that we don't have enough money to do all this at one time. So thanks for that question. First question I've got is and my confession is, yes, I have played baseball. Yes, I have played softball. Yes, I have biked through this area as well. But I'm trying to figure out, the other thing that I've done in this park is that there is an open field. It's parallel to where the soccer fields are now, that has lighting. I worked out with my trainer there, so that's where I know where it's kind of hidden way back in there. But I'm trying to figure out on the map, I've also pulled up the aerial, trying to figure out on the map, is that where the destination playground is to be now? I couldn't quite sort that out.
It's kind of where one of those new ball fields is. That's the exact area.
It's actually, no, I know where the new planned ball fields are. That's where the soccer area is. But it's on the other side, there's a road that goes back in there where there's parking. And then there's a big open meadow, nicely grassed, that's got lights on either side of it. And so that's what I was trying to figure out, what the use of that is planned to be.
The proposal is for the current multi-purpose rectangular field that's there, as well as the meadow would be replaced by 2 baseball fields.
Okay, all right, so it looks like the road structure would, and parking area would change.
The road and parking would change.
Gotcha, okay.
Krista, would you mind pulling that plan back up for us? No.
That's the area I was trying to figure out. It looked like.
So that's part of the equation with both the soccer improvements at Chaplin and then Barker Field, talking about those rectangular multi-use fields because they do play lacrosse there. And we had a great meeting with Island Rec last week talking about how they use all of the different fields within our system, and that by building those baseball fields, we're displacing a use that needs to be accommodated somewhere else.
Right, and there's already existing large lights there, so, okay, all right. And then I think I heard a 300 baseball field, and the other 4 are 210s, is that right? I know there was a slide that Mr.
That's what
Kinsler
they're
said.
shown here. We're optimistic that one of them, the top right, we might be able to make a little bit
Right.
bigger. We're working with the Corps of Engineers on that. The red dashed line, that was a mitigation area, but it's not wet, to see if we can expand one of those a little bit bigger.
Yeah, does that account for when I hit a home run and I'm back there looking for the ball? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Tall fences and nets for when you get up to bat.
You got it. And then thinking of, the folks involved in our community in baseball and softball, I want to make sure we have equal time for both sports. I have family members who played both sports and advocated pro and con for both kinds of fields. So I want to make sure we have that kind of opportunity. And then been to a lot of, we have a nephew who's 13, a really great right-hand pitcher. Anybody want to recruit him? He's really good. He's going to be a freshman next year in high school. Played in Cooperstown last summer, so there's my advertisement for him. Anyhow, but having been to some of the travel ball fields, they attract a lot of people. So I think we need something that's a good facility for local competition in the area without overwhelming the space. And I don't know what the average number of fields might be for some of those travel sites. And those travel sites include both baseball and softball fields. So just, I know we've had a lot of community collaboration, and so I looked at the community because I sure don't know a lot about what to do other than I love to play. So, but those are kind of the questions and comments. I was glad to hear that we were returning some of the natural drainage to that area. That helps address some of my stormwater concerns as we look at renovating some of our parks facilities. And Mayor, I think that's it for now.
Okay, thank you. Tammy?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a great improvement to this park area. I am anxious to hear from Mr. Daly, quite frankly, his thoughts. There are some concerns I know that he might have, and I'm listening attentively to those. One that I have, as long as we're telling stories, I have 3 children who played 3 sports for 4 years. That's 36 varsity letters. They also played in college. So they've played on JO ball, and we've traveled the country and outside the country playing ball. And I too have seen facilities that are amazing and accommodate all types of level of play and tournament. And I'm hoping that within this system, that those who are responsible for our youth on the island are addressing those needs and offering an opportunity for families to travel here to Hilton Head for those types of tournaments. So I'll listen to those who are more expert on that with regard to our area. I have a question as to what is a raised crosswalk?
It is a crosswalk where the automobiles rise up to what is a sidewalk grade as opposed to pedestrians stepping down to the street grade. It is, some people call it traffic tables. In other places, it's got a transition slope, so it causes the automobile to slow down and give precedent to the pedestrians.
Thank you. And I guess with all of that I just said, I want to say that we do have amazing residents from Hilton Head who have gone on to do amazing things in sports and will be highlighted, I'm sure, in the Crosswalk of Fame. I would also hope that our community's individual and youth teams will have a space in there from the past and then moving forward. Are these fields convertible from baseball to softball, or do we have any one that's designated for softball?
Yes, you can convert any of them by putting in sleeves so that the baselines can be adjusted. You can bring in portable mounds so it can be flat for softball and then a mound for baseball. You can have sleeves for the outfield to move that outfield fence depending on the size of the kids, the players. So there's a ton of flexibility these days that we should build into this to accommodate all those different
But these are all
users.
grass and fields.
On this graphic,
On this
yes, but from a detail standpoint, I don't think that's what we would end up with. And you mentioned experts, and we have talked to Judd Karstens, is the president of Hilton Head Baseball Association. And I have an email from him about this being a huge improvement.
Oh, definitely.
Overjoyed by the prospect. He has some suggestions for artificial turf. They'd rather see everything that way. LED lights, natural grass practice areas, love the new training facility. So we are working closely, and a lot of those components are details that as we move in. But the other comment I just wanted to make is I haven't been chiming in to address every comment because in the interest of time,
Right.
I really want to hear from you all. But what we plan to do is take all of your comments and then answer your questions and put together a summary that we will get to you before we're back asking for approval. So if there's something really urgent or everybody's asking the same thing, we'll address it, but we're taking really good notes, and unless there's something super time sensitive, we will address it after this meeting.
I love the way that the youth sports are being addressed on the island through these parks. Thank you.
All right, Alex.
I like it.
I love it.
I am hung up on the name on this one, okay? I definitely appreciate the Bristol Arena, with the Bristol family being a huge philanthropist here on Hilton Head. But the crossing part, I'm struggling with because I can't figure out why it's called the crossings except for there's a Cross Island Parkway close to it. I don't know. There's not a lot of relevance or history there. And for those that don't know, once upon a time, long time ago, there was only one baseball diamond field on Hilton Head. It's actually in Mitchellville at the end of Beach City Road. It's called the Blue Jay Field. Now here, if I'm reading this correctly, we're going to have 5 baseball diamonds in one spot. Huge accomplishment. I think we've got a grand opportunity here to dive into our history of baseball and find a better name for this place versus Crossings, okay? Those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. David?
I always appreciate Alex's perspective because it's usually very different than mine, so it's good to have that to contemplate as well, and I do appreciate that suggestion. Couple of things. This one doesn't rise to the level of importance as Chaplin does in my mind. I think it's going in the right direction. I have a couple of questions, though. Are the smaller fields only good for Dixie baseball or Little League? Who are we accommodating with this plan?
I think with this plan, especially with the 300-foot field, and if we can get another one in the 280 range, we're accommodating everyone that would want to play baseball or softball on the island. 210 is small for as the boys get older and they want to get to that little bit bigger field, but you can accommodate a lot of different age groups on a 210 field.
Okay, and what is a pump track?
Pump track is a really cool opportunity to learn to ride bikes, to just have fun riding. It can be made out of a lot of different types of surfaces, typically concrete, but any shape, and it has a variety of elevation change, and it's very dynamic opportunity that adds to that skate park, roller hockey, bike, mountain bike type
That
use.
answers my question. I appreciate that. A little bit of a safety red flag for me on that side of the road. I drive that road, Arrow Road, frequently. Where that, again, this is a detail, probably will change. I just going to put a red flag in the ground saying that that's probably a bad place for safety, a parking lot, so on and so forth. And I presume there's no way that the pump track can be over in the natural park area. That's off limits. Okay. The one overriding comment I'll make for this one has to do with edge conditions. Whether we're talking about the marsh, a lagoon, the ocean, or a street, our edge conditions define what this community looks like to the vast majority of the people driving, circulating in our community. So when I see pathways along Palmetto Bay Road, I would like to add, I think that is an opportunity for a natural area to be preserved and also to avoid clear views to the park. What we are seeing on the island is that we are transitioning from a natural environment to a civilized environment. And I think we have to be very careful of that. And so anytime that we are preparing public lands against roads or marshes, I think we have to keep in mind that the natural palette of vegetation is important to this community and to its wildlife. So that whole stretch of ground, in my mind, has to be carefully maintained as a natural area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for all your comments. For those of y'all that don't know, this park was generated by the people of the community. People for Parks was formed to make certain that this park happened for the children and the residents of our community. So keep that in mind as we're going forward. It has a really important role in Parks and Recreation on Hilton Head. Some of my comments, I love to see that we finally got some expansion on baseball. It's long overdue. We need, I'm not an expert within baseball. It's not one of my sports. So I'm going to rely on the others to make certain that we're building what's needed for this community, to make certain that our Dixie youth and all the teams have the right facilities. We've had some great teams come through, Dixie Youth Championship, and others that have gone on further, close. We've got to have a facility that meets those needs. And as we talk about demographics on Hilton Head, we've got to have these assets in place to make certain that those families moving in want to be here with their young children and bring them in. So this is one of the goals of driving that younger demographic here. I agree with David that the parking lot next to the pump track I would recommend moving that too. That was one of my notes. I love to see that on here because it's such a fun thing for these kids to do. I believe they're building one in Bluffton. So it's really nice to see this. The Bristol Sports Arena, having that covered, long overdue. There's been a lot of play that has not happened on that because of, some weather conditions. And I'd love to see, at the skate park, a lot of foam and rubber because that's where my son broke his collarbone. But it's nice to see that being moved and being an in-ground concrete surface because it keeps up to the levels of what these kids expect. And the move in the parking lot there is great. I think it's a great overall design, understanding that we need to make certain that we've got the right size fields in there. And if it requires adjustments here and there to some things, let's look at that. If we had 300-foot fields, I think that would be awesome. And if there's a way to squeeze, without over encumberancing the property, let's do that because it's needed. And then Alex, the naming side of it, I agree that we need to take a look at that, but I will ask that one field does remain in my father's name, as it has been. So I think it's great. I look forward to seeing this move along further. Any other comments from council? Awesome. Then we will move to Islander Beach Park Master Plan.
So we're going to switch gears from our active parks into 3 passive parks now, switching consultant teams here too, a beach park and then 2 other neighborhood parks. So Taylor is still the project manager here, if you'll lead off Islanders.
Last time you guys get to hear from me today, but last year we started work on this park with the addition of an accessible covered overlook pavilion. It's a beautiful addition to the park, and it is something that we hope to replicate at some of our other beach parks. So with that, we started out by looking at this park to address parking concerns, safe access, and stormwater drainage. So if you visited this park, which it's one of my favorite beach parks on the island, and as a resident, it's where my husband and I and our family go regularly, but we know that there are challenges here. It was completed and opened in 1999, so it has again been with us for a while and has been well loved. So those kind of discussions around parking and safety and drainage kind of broadened into looking at other opportunities for this park to improve it overall with amenities that include the playground and other access things in the park. So with that, Brian from Whitmer Jones Kiefer is with us, and he is the landscape architecture land planning firm who's been working with us on this park. Thank you, Brian.
I'll start by saying I'm excited to work with the town, mayor, council, staff, and all you residents. I am a resident. I've been a resident for 23 years, so I have a vested interest in these parks. And ironic, I'm starting with the Islanders because I ride my golf cart to this one. I'm that close. So this is the one that probably hits home most to me. Where are we clicking? Bear with me one sec.
Seem to be having a clicker issue today.
Glad it wasn't just me. What do I have to do? What? I just saw it down. Actually, that didn't move. There it did. Okay, got it working now. Going to start with existing conditions of the park. One access off Folly Field, and that comes to a 4-way intersection. Loop road to the south side, and that goes by existing cell tower. And then there's a loop road up to the northern side. 2 vehicular access points at each loop, and all the parking is off of those loops. Existing restroom facility, existing playground. We have 2 pavilions. Taylor spoke of one that's out by the beach that's newer, and then there's an older one that's by the existing playground. Boardwalk to the beach, that's your main access out. And then we have an existing pond that's over closer to the Folly Field. I'm going to kind of start with the pieces and then circle back and put it all together for you. So drainage. Drainage is a significant piece out here during storm events. Ones where we have a good bit of rainfall, we get standing water in the playground area around the restrooms, so it's low over there. So we started exploring how can we fix that. We are going to, all right, starting to take a look at a plan. This plan has a larger pond where the old one was, because the first thing we discovered is the pond can't accommodate the stormwater. Other thing is our pipe to get it over there can't accommodate it either. So by creating a large pedestrian drop-off area, and that's the large paver area where the drop-off area is, we can go underneath the road there. We're going to retop the asphalt paving up top, so new storm pipe, and we can get it out to that new pond right there. So been working with the team, and this solution should make a dramatic difference in the standing water problem that we have out there. To get that larger pond, we eliminated a road that would come, that was a 4-way intersection. Now we're showing a traffic circle. When we take that road away, what we really liked about that is right now there's a attendant out there. If somebody has to turn around, they drive through the parking lot, they drive around, they're probably going to park. If we have a traffic circle there, the attendant can control that. He can see it, they can turn around, and also they get the chance to turn around quicker, less cars in the parking lot, a safer experience. So that was an improvement on circulation. Next improvement we looked at was 26-meter spots are in here. People that come in, they're gonna, if the meters are full, they'll drive around for a while and may park anywhere. So what we decided to do was to move the meters out to Folly Field, angle parking. That way they don't come into the park. And when you put parking on the street, it's going to slow the traffic pattern down. This, I'm putting my planner's hat on, but slower traffic, safer. You are going to have cars backing out, but people have to be mindful. They slow down. It slows down the experience. So the other advantage, we would have one kiosk out there for all the meters, clean up the aesthetics. Right now we have 26 individual ones. So the metered parking really helps. And then that large paver area I talked about, that would be a drop off. By putting pavers down there, we're going to slow down traffic there. The surface is going to be rougher, and it's going to want people to slow down and not drive as fast through the through that drop off area. Next thing we looked at is let's improve the parking. By putting that pond in and closing off that road, we gained about 10 or 15 spaces there that we can add. We walked around this thing, looked where we had islands where trees no longer exist, ones that had smaller ponds. So we looked for where we could add off of the existing roads without creating new roads. And this plan reflects about 50 vehicular spots. Next thing we looked at was, like I mentioned, I drive my golf cart here, I park it in a car spot. I feel like I shouldn't because it looks tiny and I feel like I'm taking up a spot for a car. So we added golf cart parking, 25 cart parking, so it's dedicated, it'll be signed, and this would allow people to drive that way, promote it, and grow the vehicular parking experience as well. And then the other thing, a bike corral, a large one, real near the drop-off, sign it, and make sure it's large enough to accommodate bicycles so they don't end up all over the place, or at least hopefully the majority end up in the bike corral. Pedestrian access into the park. Right now, you come down Folly Field and most people walk down the main road to come in, and this creates a really unsafe and undesirable situation most of the time, especially when it's busy. So we looked at two options. The first option would bring a pedestrian promenade down the center of the property. By eliminating that road where the pond was, now we don't have a crossing there, so we can get all the way to the paver drop-off area, put in a very safe crosswalk there, and we also, the bike corral would be located right there as well, and then from there, boardwalk to beach, you're out. Looking at the trees in that area, we can get a 12-foot wide path in there and work around all the really nice oaks and the majority of the trees in that area. Really nice experience. You have some really signature oaks in that area, so people would experience that coming in. Second option you can see is a path that would be up north, and it is up against the Barronese wood fence, and the parking's right below it. The works, it will, we made it 10-foot wide there just because we're going to try to dodge as many trees as we can, but I know we're going to have to take some out. We're pinched up there in comparison to the other side. So a little less wide. We moved the bike corral up, that would be near the beach maintenance, so it's up towards the top of the page. So we could capture as many of those as we can off of this trail, and then from there, down by the restrooms, boardwalk out to beach. So that is the pedestrian promenade options. We also looked at, we have that existing pavilion where the existing playground is, and Taylor, I think you said 1999. I know the playground's original, so it's time for an update. So we looked at updating the playground, fencing it, making it a safer experience. We're going to look at that in just a second. I'm going to show you some site imagery of what elements could be in here, and then we'll take a look at the playground. Oh, forgot this. See the boxes in red? This is where we got all the parking, just so everybody could kind of see where we found them, and that's getting us roughly 50 additional spots. Imagery, we want to utilize some curved benches probably in the playground. These are similar to the ones that are at Shelter Cove right now, attractive and well done. Other thing, people park on the side of the road when there isn't parking. So we've done it elsewhere, the preventative parking railing, so we can not allow that, and hopefully with additional spots, it won't be an issue. Bike corralling, those two pictures in the middle. In the existing bike rack out there, we'd like to relocate it into the bike corral and make it kind of the focal feature. It's an alligator, it's a cool looking feature. It belongs here, so we want to make sure we integrate it. Bottom left is the multi-use path, and just showing that, hey, this is big enough where bikers can use it, people can walk. 12-foot wide is a nice, gracious size, and hopefully we'll get pedestrians off the road and to create a much safer experience. Top right, the dunes fences that you see on the sand dunes. This is an aluminum version, has some of the character, and it's something we were thinking about for the playground because at Beach Park, this is a beach aesthetic. Let's go ahead and be inspired by that. Playground. This is a bird's eye view from the existing boardwalk looking down towards the existing pavilion in the back across the new playground. You can see the fencing we just talked about. We'd want to enclose this, safer experience. We got some really cool live oak clusters in this area, and we want to incorporate them in the playground. The other thing it does, it gives us shade that we don't have to put expensive shade sails down, and it's going to give us the island character, keep the saw palms, keep the live oak clusters, integrate the playground around it. And synthetic turf for the surface we've been looking at. The wonderful thing about synthetic turf also is it sits on a drainage system typically, and you can put an under drain on it. So this is even going to help us get the water out of here quicker, hide the drains, and it's in my backyard. And the wonderful thing is 2 hours after it rains, I'm using my backyard. Whereas when I had turf, it may be 24 hours, maybe more. So I think it's a great option here. Last thing, up at the top right, we were looking at doing a sea turtle feature in the playground to really just bring the beach inspiration here. It belongs here. It's a beach park. Let's put a feature in here that would be something that people notice when they come and feels, first class.
Can I jump in on
Sure.
playgrounds? Because we're not here to say, pick this playground or pick that playground, but I hope you've noticed how there's a different character shown in each of these different parks. Because we think it's an opportunity to expand the system so that you might go to your favorite park all the time, but if you go somewhere else, you're going to get a completely different experience. And had the opportunity, and Eric will talk more about this when we get to Patterson, even about talking with, I don't know if you know, Jasmine White, local young mom, been around the country, Gullah family connection, and how we can even interpret stories in our playgrounds, and doesn't have to just be a sign panel. And here, the sea turtle at the beach, where we're talking about lights out and being able to communicate and educate and have fun through our playgrounds, is something that we've been excited to show through these different parks.
Yeah. Thank you, Jennifer. I think that added to. Last thing I'd like to say, I think about this park is beach parking. And I think we should flip the narrative to this as a beach park. And if we can do that, I think we've succeeded here. So this time, questions, comments?
Okay, yep. Patsy?
Yes, sir. A couple things. Where do I start? Islanders Beach Park is very near and dear to residents. I know that there's an active group, the Islanders Beach Park group, who's been in touch with me, and I know with other folks. I've been to this park a number of times with the Beach Walkers group to walk along the beach area. So I'm familiar with it, walked out there again on Sunday. So the concern is about the pathway through the middle of the park, as opposed to a pathway only on the Barony side of the park from the outside access. Safety concerns, as well as flow of pedestrian and bicycle traffic to get it away from the middle of the park. Our consultant here very briefly touched on the pros and cons of those locations. But I think we need to hear more about the pros and cons of those locations, because I know the Islanders Beach Park Group is very interested in having only a pathway on the boundary on the Barony side. And along with that, that pathway widens to a drive area that's used by the Sea Turtle Patrol trucks, and also I think I understand Beach Patrol trucks. So managing safety concerns with that as well. It appears as though in the aerial, I can see a lot of trees, but I don't know what kind of trees they are. But from walking there, it appears as though the specimen, the valuable trees, are there in the middle of the park as opposed to the Barony side. Just looking at the type of trees. And again, I'm not an arborist. I'm certainly no expert in deciding what's a specimen tree and not. As the famous saying goes in the First Amendment case before the U.S. Supreme Court, I know it when I see it. So I know what I saw when I was out there. I can't tell you exactly the diameter breast height of various trees, but it appears as though the more valuable specimen trees are in the middle of the park, and that's a concern in saving that. And also, it's not just, what part might be a natural pathway or a paved pathway, but people go right off of the pathways. So what kind of environmental sensitivity is there to creating a pathway right smack dab through the middle of the park, where I think the most sensitive trees are located? So I'd like to hear the pros and cons of that, and why can't we have a pathway just on the northern side while accommodating Sea Turtle Patrol, et cetera. The other thing is, I did notice a consultant mention drainage issues and addressing some standing water in the playground area. But I noticed in the middle, I'll call it the oval up there, in the middle part of that oval, the one closest to the bottom of the screen, if you will, there was standing water in the parking area on Sunday afternoon. We had a lot of rain, but there was standing water there. So I don't know whether the new drainage plans would address standing water in that area as well. I thought I heard in an earlier draft there was a fire pit, but I do not see this on this plan, and I hope there will not be one. I think that's dangerous in this area. And then the other thing I want to ask about is the canal that's shown as I look at the screen to my left side. It appeared as though, from what little I could tell, that the pipe size was adequate for all the rain we'd had. But I don't know where that canal goes and where it comes from and what it serves. And making sure that when we make any changes to this park, that we accommodate whatever kind of drainage and stormwater impact might be created or served by that canal. So I'd like to know about that canal. Let's see. I like that we're moving the metered spaces out of the park. I understand the challenge of having no metered spaces at all and having some sort of resident park pass system. I know there's a lot of interest in having the park itself, not the beach. I'll make a difference there for residents only, and that's a challenge. I understand that. I think that there is some merit to moving the parking along Folly Field. I understand some concerns about on-street parking. We don't have any sort of traffic impact analysis to decide whether to do it or not. I understand that a lot of data and research supports on-street parking for traffic calming. I've heard that many times. Certainly could help in this area. But the other thing is the pedestrian crossings right now. I think the pedestrian crossing now is on the other side of the entrance road. It looks as though that's going to be relocated. But wherever that pathway is, we need to make sure that we have a safe pedestrian and bicyclists crossing on Folly Field Road, so keeping that in mind. I like the ideas of the bike corrals and having that separate from parking areas, and I think that will be helpful. And the location of those bike corrals along the pathways with folks biking in is definitely helpful. So. Those are my comments and lots of questions and hopefully a little advocacy.
Thank you. Alex? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I think we should talk about the pathway location and not save that for our summary back and forth after. And I'll ask the rest of my team to jump in here and help me with this. But there are reasons why staff, our team believes that a pathway shown in the middle is a good solution, doesn't have to be the only solution. Typically, it is safer to cross at an intersection, so where the driveway is coming in, people are already slowing down, looking at what's going on in the area to know where to turn into the parking lot, and are more likely to be paying attention to a pedestrian crossing. So that's one reason to have them crossing at that intersection. While a pathway up on the plan north, so the top of the sheet, catches people coming from the north, it does not catch everybody coming from plan south. So if you are walking, human nature would be, you see the driveway there, you're going to turn down it rather than go past it to go up to come in. So I think in that regard, we believe that people will still be wanting to walk down the driveway, which is the unsafe condition now, rather than going up to the other pathway. Relative to trees, both plans are working around all of the specimen trees. We're not impacting anything that's specimen or significant from an LMO standpoint, and have even worked the one that is around the larger trees, around those trees. As you mentioned, Ms. Bryson, through the middle are some of the larger trees. What the center pathway also does is not have that cross conflict with the pathway that you mentioned that goes out to the beach that we use for beach renourishment, for shore beach service, for fire rescue, and would rather bring people, even if they come up that path, down to use the path in to the beach rather than going through that kind of emergency back of the house pathway. Part of the beauty of the plan that Brian created is that now you do not have to go through the building, past the restrooms to get to the boardwalk and the beach. We've proposed to add that pathway around the outside. So if you are coming up through that middle pathway, you could go straight around and get to the beach rather than having to come in and be in where people are trying to use showers or restrooms, what have you. So additionally, the guard station, if you will, the ambassadors, people would be walking past there. It's more visible, which is traditionally a safer spot than up next to the tall wall in the barony behind all the parking, where there's not as much activity. It's not as comfortable of a space for people that are being seen by the energy through the middle. So those are just the reasons why, but hearing the concern, both when I was talking about who we've been able to meet with, I didn't mention, we have been meeting multiple times with the group of advocates out there, and they have expressed that desire for that pathway up. And so we are showing that, but for the reasons I just mentioned is why we would not recommend deleting the one in the center of the park. Then it's a choice whether you want to have dueling pathways and pay for double, but I definitely think the one in the center is going to be the desire line for the majority of users at the park. If anybody on our team has anything to add to that.
The only thing I would add, and I think you did a great job of going through the points, is the center area, it's already been thinned and underbrush, so there's the live oaks and pretty limited ground plane vegetation. We can work around all the trees in that area except a couple small ones, so all the specimens we could get around. Up top doesn't have the specimens, but it has the canopy's a little tighter and the ground plane hasn't been cleared, so we'd have to thin and underbrush and take out some trees. Just we don't have as much space to wiggle it. So that's the difference between the two as far as vegetation is concerned.
Let me jump in. From an operational standpoint, as you suggested, and from a planning standpoint, I think the center one is eminently preferred. It is the center so that people can access it from both sides. And so I think that's the preferred solution. Let me make my other comments, and in the interest of time, I'm going to make them very brief. I like this plan. I like it because it speaks to Hilton Head's brand. The problem, though, is there's tension in the plan because there's so many residents who want to use this park. So we have a very inefficient parking plan, but it recognizes our natural environment. And I don't know where we come out on that because, Brian, if you start manipulating the parking scheme, you're going to dramatically change where you are today. So,
and that's why right now we've pushed 51 additional spots for vehicles, 26 for carts, and a larger bike corral. And I think we could push harder. This was our first pass at, hey, like you said, we didn't want to get into taking the next path at taking out some trees. I think we could probably find a few more without compromising the environment, but that was the balance we're at right now.
No, this is a detailed plan. I'm not going to go further with it. I think it's a good plan, and I like it.
Thank you. Alex?
Yes. if you're looking for comments on the pathway placement, I'm going to lean on the side of the experts as to what's going to be the safest, okay? So as you continue to study and make that determination, I would be supporting your recommendation as far as that's concerned. Just approximately how many spaces are accounted for the metered on the Foleyfield Road?
26, I think that's what's required.
Okay, all right. I don't necessarily have a comment as far as this plan is concerned. I like it. I think we're going in the right direction. But I will just go back to, with those spaces being outside of the park, it will scream inconvenience, okay? Which means that I think we will see a heightened attraction to other places to park, i.e. Burks Beach Road and Chaplain Park, all right? So I just want us to be mindful of that, keep that front and center, and we've done a really good job with this area to make sure that it's handicap accessible, the overlook and that sort of thing. So those type of amenities, that making sure that we're providing safe access for everyone, I think we just need to make sure that happens downstream also, just because the demand for this park is going to have to show up somewhere else because it can't handle the capacity.
Thank you, Alex. Steve?
I like the plan a lot. My questions have largely been answered, so I will not take further time.
Okay. Glenn, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I think this is a creative plan. I like a lot of the ideas. Excuse me. I think eliminating the pedestrian path through the middle is unrealistic. If pedestrians are coming from the properties there along Foley Field, they're going to want to turn down that driveway if there's no path there. It would be wonderful if there would be a way to attract them to the path along the north side, but I just don't see how that is realistic. My biggest concern about the plan has to do with circulation. We're pushing the crossing traffic to be right there at the main access point into the restroom pavilions there. And so I'm concerned about, are we going to have traffic congestion in that area? But I see that you have gained some parking spaces. Brian, if I understand what you said, you've gained 26 vehicular spaces
No, we,
overall, is that right?
26 with the metered, 51 vehicular spaces added.
51, so within the park itself, we have an additional 51 spaces. Good job with that. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Tammy?
So to pick up on a number of the points that have been being made, I like the way David said it more than myself. Edge condition, natural to civilized development, natural environment to civilized development. That's what I was trying to express when I first spoke. The edge condition for this park, by moving those parking spots out, becomes more of a civilized experience. It takes a small Foleyfield Road, neighborhood road, and turns it into more of an urbanized area. Those spots, we've argued with about whether or not we have to have them. There was a grant that we received for some beach nourishment that required these 26 spots. I'd still like to pursue any way of negotiating our way out of that, including as we are looking to spend money. I think at one point the comment was made, and I don't know if it was real, but if we didn't want to have those 26 metered spots, then we could get back the $1 million. I don't know what the bargain is there, but the town has ventured into spending money to make it a better community and a better environment for the town. So possibly that's a conversation we ought to have moving forward. But certainly, again, the safety aspect with regard to parking along that road, it may be that it slows traffic, But those folks are going to, we've seen it. That's why we don't have it on Burks Beach Road anymore. Those folks come out of their cars and they back out into Folly Field Road, unloading their trunks and their children and their dogs and their grandmas, and make their way down the street to wherever that pathway is. And so there's a dangerous condition that's created. The development that we all know is happening on Wimbledon is going to create something of 200 people, not people, units with far more than that, people who are going to want to walk through this park to get to the beach. If you imagine the cars coming in, and whether there's circulation or not, trying to compete with those folks crossing the road and coming through, and then needing to cross the drop-off point as well, to me, that doesn't create a even or smooth or safe flow. The movement of the pathway to the north end of the plan does make sense. And further, I think you might want to think about whether there's feasibility to moving those parking spots on the road with the meters to their own private entrance. And that way you have an entrance for those meters as well as a pathway for those who want to make their way out to the beach, solving two problems. As I look at the park, I'm also, Patsy, very happy to see that there's no fire pit remaining, and I would hope that we don't have to discuss that again. There's a provision for 25 golf carts. I'd like to see a survey in terms of how many people utilize golf carts in this area, and whether or not 25 may be more than we need, or whether it's adequate, or if maybe we could pick up an additional car parking spot or two there. Let's see. Alex, you're correct. This park, Islanders Park, is best reserved for Islanders, and we've been over the last couple of years trying to make sure that the residents of Hilton Head Island have a place they can go to, and it is overcrowded. Perhaps a conversation needs to be had with regard to designating another park, Dreesen or Fish Hall, as another Islander beach park type. Let's see if I've missed anything that I thought was incredibly important. The pathway is important. The parking is extremely important. Fire pit was important. And I'll leave that at that for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tammy.
Oh, no, there was one other thing. In terms of parking and in terms of, we have a parking plan coming forward, and the attendants at this park are critically important with or without a parking plan. But if those parking spots were to come back into the park, the new parking plan, I would imagine, would be able to be regulated to address any concerns we have with folks coming in looking for a metered parking spot, not finding one, and using another spot, because we will be serious about towing those cars out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the pros and cons. I think that's really important to understand. Most of my questions have been asked. The one I do have is, why is there a reason why we didn't look south for a pathway to go through? You've got the one on the north, but is there a possibility to do it on the south side? I'm not really giving my bearings correctly, but, you know.
I'm trying to remember. We did look at that at one point in time.
Yes, we actually did, and we did a sketch in-house to look at that, and it would be possible. However, it would tie into where the existing ADA parking is. There's a little bit of a sidewalk adjacent to that parking. And so the best solution would be to bring it in from the road over the ditch and then kind of weaving through the trees and then tying into that parking. And that would put people right in where the building and the boardwalk entrance is. And so the northern option actually puts people so that they can kind of just go straight out to the boardwalk.
Yeah, I was just remembering when Taylor was talking,
Yeah.
if the path to the southern end you come by the restroom building to connect up to the path to go out to the beach. If you went around it on the other side, it's back a house, and
Right.
we don't have a tie to that boardwalk. So we just didn't love how that functioned there.
Yeah, I get that, but from a safety standpoint, from the north side, when you've got Sea Turtle and Beach Patrol utilizing that raises a big concern. I think more so than tying in south, so just maybe something to consider.
We just went back to the center one because one of the things we liked about it was right now I see people walking down that center road, and
There was a study that recently came out that humans are naturally going to go what's easiest for them.
right.
And not to put in any pathways, because the humans, us humans, as we start making our way to somewhere, we're going to determine the best path, and then you go in and put the path in.
Right.
So
And I think if we went north or south, my concern would be we'd end up with a lot of people walking down that road because it is the easiest path, and that's just where they'd naturally go.
yeah.
Mayor, can I ask a question? At some point in the past, there was a question, and maybe, Mark, if you can help me with that. I think there was some discussion about moving the Turtle Patrol to a more established space. Would the area where we're talking about beach management, would that be an appropriate place to get that piece of this factor taken and put somewhere? Remember that conversation, or am I making it up?
No, you're not making it up. It was some time ago. You asked if there's a plan to move the group that's out there. I think as we refine this plan and compare it with Chaplin Park, especially from a facilities and beach management operations, there has to be a better plan than a tent in a parking lot covering their equipment. They're our partner. I'm not going to speak for them right now, but our first step is getting town council to give us direction on these plans so that we can start working on the logistics with them. It will be better than what we have. I am reluctant to say, yes, they should be at Chaplin. Hopefully we have a building and a better operational center, but I don't want to get over my handlebars too soon.
Thank you. I think we can all agree they deserve something better than a tent.
Yeah, agreed. Any other quick comments?
Mayor, if I could, one other quick comment with regard to phasing. We're all mindful of summer's going to be here soon. And because this park has so many pressures on it, so to speak, I don't know what we're going to decide, but I don't know that these improvements would be made by this summer, I think is what I'm asking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Patterson Park Master Plan.
Be me. For the record, my name is Eric Ladd. I'm a project manager with the
Microphone.
Capital Projects Division. Again,
Louder.
it's another lad with the Ryan team here.
Yeah, move it closer. There you
All right,
go.
there we go. So this is one of our CDBG grant-funded projects. It's a small little project located just to the southwest of Marshland Road and the Matthews Drive Circle. As you can see on this plan right here, we have an existing pathway just to the north of the site, and then the Broad Creek is to the south of the site. So we have outlined a few program recommendations for this project. Really, the impetus for this project began with community input, and we plan to continue that in subsequent phases of this project. Part of that's going to include an entry partnership. We have some accessibility issues into the site that we're posing some challenges, but through a collaborative process, we've been able to kind of create a solution that works for everybody. Obviously, being this close to Broad Creek, we want to capitalize on those views. And then we want this project really to serve as the framework for telling the site's story. And what we mean by that is, there's obviously an environmental aspect to this, but also a historical and cultural aspect. This land was donated to the town several years ago by the Patterson family with the intent of it being a small neighborhood park. And so that's what we're doing. Some of the elements that you're going to see in this presentation are the provision of play opportunities for all ages, and that includes children as well as adults. We are going to provide, is it even on? Nope. Okay. We're going to provide gathering spaces. Since this is a smaller site, this is going to be more of an intimate space for people in the neighborhood as well as the surrounding community. And we're also going to be looking at connectivity, not just within the park itself, but to, did I get a defunct one? Of course I did.
Yeah,
Okay.
better.
So we're going to look at providing access opportunities through the pathway that's on the north, and then really creating this neighborhood destination. So with that, I'm going to let Brian Whitmer, our design consultant, talk through some of the site specifics.
All right, Patterson Park. I'm going to start with some existing conditions out here. This plan shows the park, which is on the lower piece, and then shows 5 parcels above it, which are adjacent property owners, because we looked at this a little beyond its boundaries, and we're going to get into why in just a second. We have a little bit of upland up against Marshland Road. What you see in blue is the existing wetlands, which is tidal or is connected to Broad Creek. And on the other side of the wetland headed towards the marsh, the center of the property is predominantly pine, very few hardwoods. We have some really nice live oaks on the edges. And then when we get all the way to the edge, we have really nice views out to Marsh Creek. We want, and Eric hit on this, we want to continue the community input. We had one stakeholders meeting. We got a lot of input. I'm just going to hit on some of the highlights. Telling the site story was always mentioned, that's very important, and that's more the history. Environmental would be the second component in the opinion at that meeting. Safety was brought up in numerous ways. Access, are we going to gate it? Lighting, security cameras, that they wanted to make sure this was a safe place at night and not a hangout. So just how we do that, and I think we can accommodate it, but that was definitely a topic that kept getting brought up. This to be a local-oriented park. It's a little over 3 acres. It should be a neighborhood park. We have plenty of parks that are for the whole island. This should be more for the neighborhood or the people that are in close proximity to it. Not that somebody from the south end of the island couldn't go, but it's more designed to be intimate and more for the people that are in close proximity. Entry partnership that we talked about. When we took a first look at crossing that wetland, the vehicular bridge was 2 problems with it. It was costly, and the environmental impact on that wetland isn't a good story to tell either. So we started talking to the adjacent property owners. They already crossed the wetland, so there's existing crossing. They already have an access point off of Marshland, so we wouldn't be creating another one in close proximity to. So we started a dialogue with them, and you can see number 6 up there would be a shared access entry that would be shared with those adjacent property owners and also be the access to the park. We give them better access to their site, a better road. It would give them there's a safe turnaround here if the park is closed, or for emergency vehicles at number 3. And we're also showing that we'd have sidewalks on that could bring you into the park, and some on-street parking. We want that to feel like a neighborhood street in Marshland and to feel like a complete street. So we had good luck talking with adjacent property owners, and we're still in progress, but that's been going really well. And so we really like that better than any vehicular bridge across the wetland. So we're excited that right now looks like a possibility. Going to jump into or hang on, I'll go. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I'm going to hit on some of the highlights, and then we're going to go into detail on the perspective at the end, because on this small park, you can see most everything from one picture. But some of the other elements that we looked at here was we have a loop shown around the wetland that could give you the opportunity to look into that wetland to tell part of that story. We can do some enhancements to the edge, put the plants back that belong on that wetland edge and protect it. And that loop could also, we're showing a pedestrian bridge, which that would be a lighter touch and would give you access on the southern side. We're gonna have a safe crosswalk across Marshland that would bring you to the bike trail on the other side. So that would be designed with safety in mind there. You can see the big green circles are the significant, well, actually specimen live oaks on this site, and we want to work around them. And it's really nice how they kind of frame the views out to the marsh. So it's, we're kind of fortunate they are where they are here. And then we wanted to make this place, and back to the neighborhood park, we want this to be a place for a birthday party, a reunion, neighborhood fellowship, those size events. So that's what we're designing this park to be. Here, I'm gonna hit, whoop, hang on, I wanted to go back to my imagery. This thing hates me. Well, let me talk about this and then we can, I want to do imagery first. Where's you working on it? All right. It was the photo imagery sheets. There you are, perfect, thank you. Some of the components we talked about, top left is the pedestrian bridge, next to its wetland enhancement. So this is opportunities to tell that story. Informational placards, history of the site, some environmental could be included, but we want to make sure we sign it and tell the story of this site. Being a neighborhood park, you want to get here walking, biking, and cars, but we're looking to do a small parking lot for cars. The majority, we hope, is people walking or biking here. Unprogrammed small lawn area, not active use planned, or if it is, it's when somebody shows up to play volleyball or just throw a frisbee around. We're calling it the playground for all ages. We want to have some fitness for adults. We want to have some areas for kids and some areas in between. So it's kind of that all area play and looking for this one to be more nature blending and to go away in this area as far as not highly visible and kind of blend in with this neighborhood. Pavilion or some type of covered structure. So if there is rain, you can still be out here and enjoy. And then some type of seat wall or raised platform we were envisioning to get out close to the edge, enjoy the views, and experience that. Let's see if, oh, perfect, this time it worked. This bird's eye view is looking from the wetland towards Broad Creek. What you see in the foreground would be the loop trail with some bike parking on it. And then in front of that is, I think we have 11 spaces on this sketch, so a very small parking area for cars. The entry trellis would bring you into that all area for play for all. It would be the fitness and the playground swings, so all that would be encompassed together, and it's at the end of the parking lot. Open air pavilion with restrooms sits center. As shown right now. Four-sided pavilion, the front is set up for arrival sequence, so when vehicles, cars, you come to the front of it. The two sides are small outdoor rooms. One's showing like Adirondack chairs looking towards the marsh, the other is oyster tables and grilling stations. So these rooms could, smaller rooms, and how do I, that'll go away in the, there we go. So those small outdoor rooms could make the pavilion grow during a reunion or a family event if need be. And then on the back side, it spills out to that lawn area. So you could spill out that area and enjoy the pavilion from that side as well. That loop trail goes out to a little seating platform, just raised deck that you could sit out there, quiet reflection, just sit out on the marsh's edge, maybe enjoy fireworks on a Tuesday night during the summer. So that's kind of the pieces. And at our last town meeting, somebody brought it up, and can't remember if it was Taylor or Eric, but you said this is kind of, it was, and you said this reminds me of, this is like the neighborhood's backyard park. And I thought that was a great way of summing up what it could be and what we hope it is. So any questions, comments? Be happy to answer.
Yeah, I need to jump in with a couple of things. And that's what I was getting ready to say too. Simple neighborhood backyard, all the fun stuff that you'd love to have at your home, but maybe your lot in this neighborhood's small and you want to walk to, and there's the picture window to get the big view, and your gathering spaces there. But this, as a part of a CDBG project, requires some certain things for us to do. And we've been an entitlement community for a while now, and we do these things on all of our projects. But as we have some new members here, I want to make sure you understand what some of our process is. One of the first things we have to do is called an environmental review. And you may remember that I came to a town council meeting and said, we're doing archaeology, and it's exciting because they think they may find something really cool. And they didn't, which is disappointing, but it was great because that meant we didn't have the encumbrances on the site that we may have, but we still know there's an important story to tell. One of the things is signing at the end of the environmental review. It results in a document commonly known as FONSI, a finding of no significant impact, and it's specific to HUD criteria. We have walked through that, and all the boxes check as no, there are no findings of significant impact. So the next step for us being able to release funds and move into construction as soon as you all approve a plan when we come back would be an okay for staff to sign that document and send it to HUD. They review it, concur, like SHPO, the tribes, everyone has concurred with that assessment so far. But we need to send that official document on behalf of the town saying that there are no significant impacts to be able to get our funding, which is going to be a significant way we're paying for this park is through those grant funds. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that that would be our next step before we come back to get approval for the plan. It won't change, any tweaks on this plan wouldn't change that assessment. It's an environmental assessment that we do for all of our projects. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor, to take.
All right, thank you. Alex, your input?
Yeah, just picking up on what Ms. Ray is saying as far as the community block grant requirements, and there's funding already associated with this park. It's been in the queue for a long time. I view this differently than the phasing of the other projects because there's already a commitment with funding. So I would only add that we ask staff to be very expeditious in moving this along and maybe bringing it outside of the phase plan with the other four in front of us.
All right, thank you. Tammy?
So I think this is a wonderful neighborhood park, long overdue in this area that is without. Great job.
Patsy?
I like it. How many picnic tables are there? I just want to make sure the neighborhood park, I was trying to count them under that sketch of the pavilion. I couldn't quite do it, but, you know, I like that there's oyster shelling because that's definitely a tradition on the island, but I just want to make sure we have enough picnic tables for folks in the neighborhood to enjoy it. And then the last thing is, I think I heard one stakeholder meeting or one neighborhood meeting, and I hope there have been more. I think it would be helpful, but I'm with Mr. Brown. Let's move it. Let's do it.
Steve?
Just a couple of questions. Will the federal grant cover the entire cost, or is it anticipated that the town will have to contribute additional funds?
There are additional funds budgeted for this. Our typical allocation is in the $200,000 to $250,000 range. So almost exclusively, I'm trying to think if there's been a project that we've done that didn't need additional funds, but typically we leverage those funds and add to it.
And in terms of requests by the neighbors coming out of your conversations with them, were there any things that they suggested that you did not include?
Really good question, and I would say no. I think the biggest concern was that this not be an event space, not be ball fields, that it be more for neighborhoods. And so the elements here are elements that they brought up during that neighborhood meeting. And I will shout out, I know Ty is here, I'm not sure, Herbert Ford, they have been instrumental in moving this along too. And it's been a good example of working closely with our adjacent neighbors to come up with a plan that meets the desire of the community.
Thank you.
Glenn, are you there?
I think I heard him.
Probably having lunch.
Okay. Nope, there he is.
You're muted.
Unmute.
Uh-oh. My lip reading skills are
Yeah,
fading.
unmute yourself, Glenn.
Gotta unmute.
Well, we've
That's all
we've
I
lost your audio.
Text.
Well, let me just go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead, David.
Thank you, Mayor. I like this because of the collaboration with adjacent property owners. I think that it is a important symbolic.
Move on.
We got that one.
Hold on a minute. But I do have just one thing, Brian. You mentioned at one point of a security issue that some neighbors were concerned about maybe needing a gate and so on. If that is actually an issue, then I question whether or not the bike and the walking path over the lagoon, in other words, an alternate access point makes sense from a security standpoint. You don't have to answer that now. I'm just raising that as a reaction to the plan. Thank you, that's all.
All right, Glenn, we'll give you another shot.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Gotcha.
I will say that I support this project and I did on the previous comments. Thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, got to thank the Patterson family for donating this to the community. That's awesome. I have no other questions. I think it's great. And with that said, I'm going to offer up a 5-minute break. Stretch your legs for a minute. Go to the restroom if you need to be. So be back here just after 1:45. right, since we are all back, I hope everybody got a moment to relax. Let's move on to Shelter Cove Park Expansion Master Plan.
All right, great. Thank you. Krista, could you bring the plans up, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So last park of the day. Again, we've been working with Brian Whitmer with Whitmer Jones Kiefer on this project. I think most people are very familiar with Shelter Cove Community Park, some of the recent work that we've done to the north with the connectivity trail. The actual core park was built, I believe, back in 2015. Brian was part of that effort on the design team with that. So he's been involved with this project for quite a while. So the area that we're looking at is just to the southwest of the playground. There's approximately 4.5 acres, half of which is wooded. The other half is relatively open. I think everyone's familiar with events that take place here. A lot of the vendors park in this area. We've been working with Island Rec with this concept to make sure everyone's on board with what we're proposing. So some of the program recommendations, we definitely want to expand on the waterfront promenade that is very successful, and I think everyone loves that, and that will help create a seamless transition into this new area. We want to add some additional parking for visitors. We want to take that playground and, as mentioned previously on the other projects, create a larger and more unique playground with some features that are just specific to this park site. And then in that wooded area, we really want to capitalize on this oak canopy and provide some opportunities for people to engage in nature, which is, you get a little bit of that further up on the connectivity where you're walking through the marsh, but not a lot of woodland area that you get to encounter. So this is a great opportunity for that. And then probably the most exciting is an opportunity for something very iconic as a destination to really anchor this space. And I'll let Brian get into that next.
All right. I'll go through some existing conditions here, which aren't as much. The main existing condition is phase 1 of the park. We have a sunset pavilion that has the restrooms, and it sits right next to the existing playground. Going to the right, you have a small lawn area that the sunset pavilion spills out on. The raised, you have the raised seat wall with a small oval lawn, and then that's where that pedestrian promenade sits. That is, I think it's highly used. People go out there for a photo op. It's lets them get close to the edge, and I think that's important in this park. The large lawn is the event space to the pavilion on the right-hand side with the bike corral behind it. So phase 2 of the park, the couple things we have, the main thing that's different is we have some really nice live oaks, and then we have a nice cluster of it where you see the number 10 up there. Not 1 or 2 specimens, but a lot of oaks all together, which gives you shade, which is going to be a really good complement to what we have in phase 1 where we had to create it. Also, great views of Broad Creek. And right where number 8 is where the water comes as close as it does anywhere along Broad Creek to this edge, so there's an opportunity there. Elements in this park, number 4 is where from the Sunset Pavilion all the way towards the canopy, we want to extend that waterfront promenade. Let's play off of what was well done the first time and successful and get more people on the edge. So that's the first thing we wanted to look at. We've also, off of Shelter Cove Lane, there's an existing curb cut. Right now, people park in this field during events, mostly, back of house type stuff. What we want to do and what we're showing here is a 50-car parking lot that would come in off of that access with a turnaround at the end. Nice thing is with the one-point access, we could block it off for events. It's more flexible. It complements Shelter Cove Lane parking, and as we all know, as users of this park, more parking is needed because many times it's full. The Canopy Park to the over there where number 10 is, we want to thin and underbrush it and really clean up underneath those oaks, have trails, benches, trellis swing, maybe a tree swing if we can find the right one. We want this to be a park where people can go in the summer months and enjoy shade. It'd be, I think it'd be very popular during that time of year. The playground. We have existing playground. It's coming up on 10 years, and during events, it's a little undersized. So this is our opportunity to enlarge it, and we're going to talk to it this way. This perspective shows the new playground with shade sails over it, fence the whole playground, and the other thing we wanted to do in the playground was to have a lawn area inside the playground, because sometimes that unprogrammed play is just as popular and is one of the items that it's more cost effective too and lets you allocate funds to many more play elements. So a much larger playground that can accommodate larger groups as Shelter Cove has filled up and become very popular. There's more and more users here. So that's the new playground. Couple of images to the side, just earth tones and potentially a rubberized surface on the ground plane, but we're looking into those options. And the picture in the top is the existing waterfront promenade, and you can kind of see the palm trees at the top along the marshes of Broad Creek, just going all the way from there to a structure in the top left. And we want to have a focal point in this Canopy Park area as a destination, as some type of iconic feature. Here is our concept image of what could be at the end of the trail, and we want it to be an iconic and unique landmark. Multiple levels to experience. If you can get up and experience Broad Creek from a bird's eye perspective, it gives you a unique vantage point and you can really see it differently. You can get out there and experience it. We can point it and it's pointing west, so you're going to get sunset views for photo ops. You can also see what I think our fall color is watching the marsh grasses change colors, and you can see a lot of the marsh from this vantage point. You could really get out there and experience it. Wildlife viewing area, and when we get up levels, you're going to be into the canopy and get to experience the oaks from a different perspective there. And you can look back on the park and people watch too. So it gives you a really good chance to have a lot of different experiences in one structure. I think when we do it, we need to name it and sign it. I need to know on a trail where it is and I'm coming to it. And when I get there, there should be signs talking about the marsh and the canopy and all the unique aspects of this place. And I think what I want to hear people say, and I'm going to throw my working name in, but I'd love to hear somebody come up to me and say, hey, have you been to the Shelter Cove Observatory? Blah. It's incredible. It's world class. So whatever we do, I think it needs to be tagged with a name. And I think if we do that, we could have another iconic place on Hilton Head, a destination, and really the focal point of Shelter Cove. Any questions or comments?
All right, Glenn, are you there?
10-4, I'm here. I love the idea of expanding the views along Broad Creek. I think we have some creative ideas that are being suggested, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve?
Looks like a good plan.
Awesome. Tammy?
I represent the neighborhood right next to this park, Newport Villas, and there are
concerns with the height to make sure that their safety and privacy is protected. And I think that's important in terms of safety. We mentioned it before with regard to Patterson concerns. I think we should acknowledge that all of our parks on the island have safety concerns, and that we need to be very cognizant, aware, and making all initiatives to keep them safe from all of what could happen there. But in particular, this neighborhood is very sensitive to the fact that the higher you get up above the trees and around the trees, the more you'll be able to be looking into their windows. So I want to make sure we're protecting their privacy. Thank you.
Okay. Patsy?
Sir, first of all, it's really cool. As a former birder, I don't do as much birding anymore, but having an observation platform, an elevated platform is way cool. There's lots of great birds to see in the marsh area. My only question is, during the fireworks displays, are we going to have to cordon that area off because everybody will be fighting to get up there at the elevated platform? Anyhow, it's something to consider for future programming. I like more playgrounds. We definitely need more playground space there. I don't know what a STEAM playground is. I know what a steam engine is, and I know what STEM is, but just a question as to what that is. It sounds cool. And I like, pardon me? Arts? Okay.
It's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
You got it.
And art. Sorry.
And art.
STEM plus
At
art.
STEM plus
Get
art. Thank
STEAM.
you. Thank you. All right. I'm cool now. And then the extra parking, we certainly need it. But preservation of the trees in that area, I think, is key. Because I'm wondering, having parked in that overflow parking a few times, there's some really nice trees there. So it sounds like we're protecting those. So I like all that. I know where I'm going for fireworks.
Okay, thank you, Patsy. One of these days, we're going to find something you haven't done.
Just try me.
You've already told me about football, so. Alex?
I like it. I'm good.
David?
Yeah, I like it also. And Brian, I really like the idea of the treehouse carrying on the legacy of the original treehouse in Harbor Town. I think that really works for Hilton Head. Thank you.
Yeah, I ditto that. That treehouse in Harbor Town was a site of a lot of pine cone fights back in the day, and whether getting pegged in the face or pegging somebody in the face, it's a lot of great memories. But I think it's really exciting to see the culmination of this park coming together. It's been a long time that it's been out there, and it's nice to see that we're getting there. So with that said, are there any other questions or comments from council? Okay.
Just one with regard to pickleball. While we are getting ready to put together a timeline and all of those types of things, we do have the opportunity, I think, maybe I'm wrong, I'd like to hear more about this idea of taking the, what is now parking lot off of Singleton, and being able to clean it up and stripe it and at least give some opportunity for folks to play pickleball on that pavement while they're getting ready to wait for the formal pickleball courts to be developed. Anyway, just a thought, and I'd like to hear us talk a little bit more about that in the future, not now.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. So I told you earlier that we're going to allow public comment now on the parks. In respect of time, if somebody has said something that is very similar to what you're going to say, acknowledge that. Not to take away from your time to speak, but just to know that we've all been here for a long time so far. So with that being said, do we have anybody that which, come on up, Jack.
Two quick comments. Last time we did a master plan, turf was not where it is now. The wholehearted adoption of turf is a great thing. Your games always play with many games at Hardyville because they have turf and we do not have it here. That also frees up your space because you don't have fields that are closed for 3 years at a time. Down the road, when Barker comes online with turf, that'll buy you a lot of flexibility at Chaplin if there's other features you may want to choose instead of the extra grass fields. We'll get into that later. Crossings, if you could bring that up. One big problem you have is that traffic circle. That traffic circle also feeds the Fusky boat. And if you're late for the boat and you miss the boat, you miss the boat. So there's a lot of fast traffic around there and people getting kids to baseball games. That's why there's a separate drop-off now that's away from that circle, and you may not want dogs inside of that circle that can be very busy at times. More so than a Walk of Champions, and I know Dan Dreesen would love to have a statue there, and we'd love to have him out there. I coach his grandson with Dan. We've been on some teams together. You need a second field, and you need two fields that are about the 400-foot length to really get anything done. 210 feet works till you're about 12. And past that, middle school, high school, you need to be at about 400, and you need two of those. And if you really run out of room, you might want to sacrifice a small one to get that second 400. It's that important. Now, that whole complex is run by volunteers. We don't have a town Parks and Rec department with people there ready to cook wings and hot dogs. A park that's spread out with two concession stands puts a lot of pressure on your volunteers. It would be wiser to pull it in. A lot of the parks have like a 5-star field complex where there's one central hub, right? If that's possible, your Walk of Champions and your Dan Dreesen statue could be, you know, any number of places there. I do like that it's all fenced, but if you could pull it in tighter, you would have a mom sitting here watching this game and her 5-year-old down there out of sight at a playground. So those are my comments. I had been the head of Hilton Head Baseball, and my kids still play. So those are comments that you guys wouldn't know about the boat unless somebody's actually lived that life and could factor that in. So thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay, Dan.
Hi, my name's Dan Santorum. I'm a almost 40-year resident of Hilton Head Island, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Professional Tennis Registry as well as Professional Pickleball Registry. We just had our big event here on Hilton Head Island. We packed the Sonesta, which that was the first big event here. Over $1 million in income into Hilton Head. And then we followed that up with the PPR, the Pickleball Registry, where we had almost 300 people. We expect that next year, Mr. Mayor, it's going to probably be close to 400 people. And so the economic impact from our businesses, and we also do padel and platform tennis, is immense. And as the town manager knows, and you know as well, Mr. Mayor, we're being wooed by other cities to leave, and we don't want to leave. I don't want to leave. My family's, you know, I consider myself an islander, even though I'm not a native islander. And but we need to have a home, and a home that's representative of an international organization that is one of the best in the world. And so I think there's a way to do it. I know in talking, I mean, David, we've been talking for 5 years about this, and I know Josh, when Steve was here, we were talking about it. We've kicked the can down the road. That can is so dented right now. It needs to get whole so you can keep us here. And we're getting ready to have 200 teams come here for spring break tennis. And the biggest thing, and we've been doing it for years, again, the impact, the economic impact is huge. The biggest thing that we need is we need courts, tennis courts, because we're sold out. They're going to Orlando, okay? But they could be coming here. And they need to be coming here because, you know, with all due respect, your baseball thing, I think it's amazing, Jack. Boy, you're lucky that they put together. The tennis needs a little bit of work, and I'm happy to help you with that because that's what I do, tennis and pickleball. So anyway, I just got a call yesterday from Topeka, and I'm an expert trying to help them. They're getting $5 million to get a new pickleball and tennis facility. There's funds out there. There's ways to do this right, and I'm willing to donate my time to make that happen. So I hope all of you will get together. My board needs an answer, basically. Do you want us, or do you just want us to move? So I'm hoping and praying. I'm going to Italy to speak on pickleball at the Italian Open and have an audience with the Pope, and I'm going to pray that you guys make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm pickleball too.
Much smaller scale, we're pickleball.
Yeah, my name is Lorraine Suger, and I am a board member along with Millie Marks with the Hilton Head Island Pickleball Club. It's run through the Hilton Head Island Recreation Center. Our club membership for 2023 is already over 400 members and is growing weekly. Additionally, we have hundreds of visitors that come to our island daily and play with us. We estimate that in the past year that 25,000 games of pickleball were played on our 11 courts between the rec center and Adriana. These are not dedicated pickleball courts. They're just hard surface courts that we painted lines on, and we bring in portable nets. There's tennis lines, basketball lines, and cracks all over the courts, but we go out there and play, and there's tons of us. We've run very successful clinics for beginners to get them started. The clinics were so popular that we actually had to stop it for this spring because we didn't have enough court space to accommodate all the interest. Our club is very active in the community also. We facilitate food drives for Deep Well. We run club tournaments, and that money is always donated back to different charities on the island. We have an annual tradition, and we bring Christmas caroling to various assisted living facilities, which doesn't sound like much, but to see their smiles is just unbelievable. So playing pickleball for us is not just playing pickleball. We call it our Hilton Head Island Pickleball family. As we all know, it's one of the fastest growing sports, and I am a 25-year tennis player, and I still play much as tennis as I do pickleball each week, so I'm not biased either way. The new courts would provide a gathering place for the residents, bringing us all together and strengthening our sense of community. There's also an opportunity to bring revenue to the area through tourism and event hosting. Alex, our club president, literally Saturday got a message, an email from Southern Pickleball Association saying that he heard about our new courts. And Alex was like, I don't even know how he heard about it, or that we were planning, sorry. But our club stands ready to also assist with any events that would be planned at the facilities. A few suggestions from the members of our pickleball club would be, one, to possibly think about lighting for the courts for longer play during the shorter days, covering some of the courts, additional parking spaces near the main pickleball area. Today, I sent a text to Adriana. They had over 30 cars in that parking lot, and we only have 7 courts. So it just kind of gives you an idea to make sure we have enough parking. Also, to add another path that is more direct to connect the 2 separate areas. Sorry.
That fast.
Yes, unless we can get them all together, like you were saying. And also, we're in favor of keeping the 2 courts and not the stadium. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I love pickleball too. Good afternoon, happy Valentine's Day. I'm Edwina Dunlap, and I'm representing the residents group for Islanders Beach Park. I want to sincerely thank you for the improvements made at Islanders Beach Park last summer. The gate monitors are professional, and they're doing a fantastic job. And stopping the shuttle buses from dropping off hordes of people at the boardwalk was a huge improvement. Our group had nothing but positive and appreciative remarks, which we shared with many of you. We're also excited about the improvements being presented by town staff today for Islanders. While we would prefer that the town negotiate with South Carolina DHEC to remove the parking meters entirely, we are happy with the out-of-the-box thinking that will move the public access parking up by Follyfield Road. This will create additional parking for residents with beach passes while also meeting the current requirements of DHEC. In addition, it will make it much easier for the gate monitors, as will the roundabout, to allow non-beach pass holders to easily turn around to leave the park. What we're not happy about is the placement of the pedestrian walking path. The purpose of the walking path is to resolve the safety issue of pedestrians walking down the road where vehicles are driving into the park. By putting the walking path straight down the middle of the Islanders, pedestrians will now have to cross the road where vehicles are driving not once but twice until all of the improvements are complete, which we don't know when that will be. Even with the new improvements, it will require pedestrians to cross over the road that passes right in front of the steps to the boardwalk. This does not resolve the safety issue. We want only one walking path for the pedestrians, and it's the one shown on Draft Plan B up near the property edge between Islanders Beach and the Barony. The pedestrians today that are coming into Islanders Beach Park are walking out of Port Royal Village, and they're coming down the road. So to make it easy for them, that's the closest that they would come to a walking path. This is important not only for today, but even more important in the future. There are hundreds of pedestrians, including children, walking through Islanders every day during high season. If 15 Wimbledon Court is allowed to be built, that number of pedestrians could double along with the safety issue that goes with it. The facilities at Islanders are already overused. It cannot handle an additional 600 plus people daily. We have heard the town council members discuss managing the beach experience many times. If there's really nothing you can do at this point to stop the building of the 166 timeshares, it's now time to explore ideas to manage the capacity at Islanders. In our view, that can only be handled by redirecting the vacationers at 15 Wimbledon Court to Dreesen or Brooks Beach, or by implementing a user fee model. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the past, we know the town repeatedly stated its hands are tied with respect to development, duly noted. The town council members had also, as a body and as individuals, clearly and repeatedly stated its joint, not working business.
There you go. Oh, we'll give you a fresh one. Thank you. There you go. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Now I feel like I'm on American Idol. Whatever. The town council members have also, as a body and as individuals, clearly and repeatedly stated its joint commitment to a renewed focus on residential issues and concerns and ensuring that the Hilton Head Island beach experience is improved and preserved. So time is growing short to make good on those commitments across the island, as much development on and off the island are in a clear line of sight to us all. That includes the immediate and present impacts to Islanders, facilities and pathways, and those decisions the councils have set the stage for. By your decisions in the past on zoning, by decisions in the past on accepting funds from the state of South Carolina. The residents at the North End are not interested in duplicating Coligny Sea Pines culture and experience at Islanders. It is a smaller beach area with fewer facilities, much less beachfront on the water as compared to the Coligny area. Members of the town council and town manager have been presented with an operations management model in place at the South Carolina state beaches and other South Carolina state parks. This model is called the user fee model, which includes pedestrians and walk-ons, access to and use of South Carolina maintained pathways and facilities. Further, the state has recognized and encouraged the town in the form of general public user fees by requiring the installation, maintenance, and collection of parking fees from different meters at several town parking facilities adjacent to beaches today. The town, in similar fashion, has for an extended period of time already engaged in operating a user fee model for the use of town-maintained pathways and facilities adjacent to beachfront, sand, and waterfront areas in the form of a beach pass and fee for said pass. Further, the town has already moved forward on the implementation of a new townwide parking plan, which will also expand user fees in the form of parking charges for vehicles. We would posit it is not a leap to include pedestrians and walk-ons, as does the state, in a user fee model. The town has a user fee model for parks adjacent to the beaches, again, in the form of that paid beach pass. We respectfully request that as a town's governing body, you look at adding walk-ons as an option to not only control capacity, but benefit the general public users participating in the funding needed to cover the maintenance reserves, staffing, and capital expenses at the park itself. They will also be able to contribute through this user fee to the cost of beach maintenance, patrols, trash equipment, and the like. I will formally submit a document to the town clerk as part of this record that was reviewed with Councilman Ames and Manager Orlando in a meeting in February 2022, and more recently shared with several other council members as a way forward to solve the impending capacity issues that will certainly erode the beach experience. Your constituents look forward to the town council's forward-facing actions to the coming tsunami of users and strain on capacity at all islands, parks, facilities, and particular islanders, and implementing this or some other solution to actively plan and manage that beach experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilmen and women, and Mr. Orlando, our town manager. My name is Kieran Storn. I'm a resident and president of Follyfield Property Owners Association. I want to speak to you today about the proposed parking on Follyfield Road as part of the Islanders Beach Park. I am not of the same opinion of my two colleagues here, but I've spoken with a number of our residents, and everyone I've spoken with has expressed safety concerns at the proposed parking along Follyfield Road. Follyfield is a busy street with buses, trucks, and speeding cars. We feel that this proposed solution will put pedestrians at risk of serious injury or even death. We fail to understand how this is any different to the parking at Burke's Beach Road that was basically removed due to safety reasons. We also question how many trees will actually have to be removed along Follyfield Road to accommodate this parking. So some of my other colleagues here have mentioned about 15 Wimbledon. We're going to take out all of those trees. So now are we going to take out more trees on the other side of the road as well? So anyway, it's just something to be concerned with. Anything else? No, I think one of a better solution that we would like to propose is that you do section off a portion of the park and have the meter parking still within the park, but with a separate entrance. And that way, the people who use the meter parking won't impact basically the park in general. I think it is interesting, and I have time, so I think it is interesting that everything that we've talked about here today, or at least the public, has talked about tennis, pickleball, and yet here we are, we have taken a major tennis facility that was on the island, and we're going to turn it into timeshares. So we're going to have, 166 timeshares where basically we had tennis before, and everybody's saying, hey, we want tennis, we want pickleball, we want these facilities. It's sad. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do you have anybody else that wants to speak in regards? Yes, Frank.
I wish I could play pickleball. So I'm Frank Babel. I'm a local bike guy. And I'm not here to criticize. I think the town staff, MKSA, had done a wonderful job. They put something that's teed up here to really poke at and forms the basis for a plan. So congratulations, thank you. But I do have some comments. And I'll just go through them very quickly, given the time we have. Crossings Park. I love the idea of a pump track. That's a great idea. My concern about where it is that it's on Arrow Road, and I'm afraid about kids going across Arrow Road around a blind corner. I would move that to some place like Pembroke, where you have utility easement, put some of that stuff over there where the kids are. The kids, for the most part, are in the north end that would use that. Put it up there and put it under the utility easement along Pembroke. There's a nice area that I think it would go great. Shelter Cove Community Park, you hit a home run, Eric, attaboy. 10 years ago, I recommended a bike corral. It didn't work. Take it out. Repurpose the bike racks and spread them all around Shelter Cove Community Park. I mean, whatever the park is, and keep them away from where the events planning are, because what Frank does, of course, he puts the fences around with the bike racks on the other side of the fence so he can't park. So make sure the bike racks are on the other side of where the fences are going to go. And you can use them and turn it into a picnic area. I'd love to have picnics there or something like that. Just repurpose it. Islanders Beach. I remember the same problem we had in Sea Pines. Oh my God, we have so many bikes, we have so many cars. We didn't talk about bikes then very much. But what we did at Tower Beach and the Beach Club is we put in a separate path. It was going to be 2 feet. I got it to be a decent sized thing. And we have a bike path for the bikes and we have a pedestrian path for pedestrians so they don't mix. And the bike path goes out to the beach and it comes back from the beach. And the pedestrians go over here so they don't mix and bang and all that sort of thing. So I would really make sure you try to separate it, and I would have the beach path go to the beach. Okay, and have a parking spot where you can put 100 or 200 bikes there. That's not it's the Islanders Beach. It's not an exclusive beach. It's a beach for Islanders. And we are not leveraging the amount of bikes that are out there. People always ask, where do we get to the beach? On bikes. We have so many people that could be riding bikes instead of building new parking places and having more buses. We need to think about promoting it. We don't do that. We need to produce facilities to support it. And last, I think we have great planners. We have a great maintenance group. We have a great town manager. We got a lot of great things going on, but we do not have a department that is responsible for parks and recreation. And we need to take a good look. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Phil Larson. I've been coming to the island since 1969. It's many years, and now I'm a resident after coming here for many years. What brought us to the island initially is just the beauty of it, and really just appreciate how the island has been preserved, its nature, and just it hasn't become like some other places that we know of that are not desirable. So really appreciate that. That's what caused us to move, my wife and I, to move here when we retired. I think one great addition to the Islanders Park is the area for golf carts. Something I just didn't really expect to happen, but I think it's great. I'm just not sure if there's been a study or somebody looking at, how would that be used? I think it's a great green initiative. Obviously, like the former gentleman said, bicycles to get to the park would be great. I think golf carts are environmentally, that's a good green initiative. However, we're being restricted. I live on Wimbledon Court in the Links area. We have 28 units in there. Most of the people that bought in there have golf carts, and most of us, like us, one of the reasons why we bought there is because we could have a golf cart that we could drive to the Islanders Park. However, because we rent our place for 1 day or more, we are restricted from getting a beach pass there, as you know, and that was something that was passed this past year. So what I would request from the town council is to maybe take another look at that and really look at, what's the really potential for how many golf carts? I mean, there's a very small area of the Port Royal Village and down on Folly Field. Those are the only people that could really get to the Islanders Park with a golf cart. But I don't think it would be overrun. I mean, I've never seen more than maybe 5 or 6 golf carts there at any given time, and I appreciate there's 7 spots that were put there, I think, last year. And we really appreciate that. And if there would be a way to allow us, even though we do rent some, to use a golf cart there, I don't think it would be overrun. You've got 24, 25 spots here on the map. Or maybe you try it for a year and say, let's give this a shot. Let's see if it, indeed works. Because the rest of us at the links, and we're going to end up, if we can't go to the beach, I mean, there's no point in having a golf cart. So we're going to have a bunch of golf carts being sold there. So I would just do that. And one comment I'd like to make I'm a pickleball player as well. I'm part of the pickleball club. In terms of the program, pickleball is different than tennis or some other sports. It's very, very, very social. And it really doesn't work well when you have multiple kind of areas and courts separated. you kind of all come together in one area, and then you kind of go out into the court together. So I would encourage you to maybe take a look at that, where you got 6 courts on one side and 18 on the other, and really see if there's a way to connect those together and make it work more for the pickleball community.
Thank you. Anybody else that wants to speak in regards to the park plans?
Hello, thank you for having me. Okay, so my name is Carl Braden, 25-year Chaplain resident. I'd like to ask the current council to please honor the hard work of previous town council and planners who worked with Public Tennis Inc. to create these beautiful tennis courts for this particular underserved off-plantation historic community of Chaplain. More courts would be great for marshland, but please leave our Chaplain public tennis courts where they are. Besides, the empty track across Singleton Beach Road has more than enough space, and they could all be put there, leaving the tennis where it is. And you know, I'm just not sure how things went from rebuild the tennis facility and add a pickleball facility to paint over the tennis courts with pickleball courts. Plus, adding yet more pickleball courts across Singleton Beach Road as well. So just a giant pickleball complex, 0 tennis. The location is ideal for tennis. It has a nice ocean breeze, which is why it's also desirable for pickleball, I understand. But this park does not have to be one gigantic pickleball destination. You can instead add a few pickleball courts on the Singleton track and add more courts in combination with tennis on the Marshland track, a sort of dual sports, racket sports facility. But this current design actually takes away our local Chaplain tennis courts and takes the Singleton tract as well. All for pickleball. Goodbye tennis. Please leave our Chaplain tennis courts where they are. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak in regards to the parks and plans? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to appearance by citizens. Just a reminder to those that address council, each citizen has 3 minutes to address council. At the end of the 3 minutes, you're asked to include your comments. Citizens are asked to maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any documents for town council, please give to the town clerk after you finish your comments. Krista, do we have anyone signed up to speak today?
Yes, sir. Mr. Simpson, Mark Simpson. Moving on, Keith Sledge. Mr. Sledge.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to talk to you about our community at Bradley Circle because we're adjacent to the Chaplain Park. We're actually on the Folly Creek Marsh, and I think you're all aware that the development there has gotten outrageous. The purpose of the LMO cannot be directly contradicted by poor writing of the original document or by subsequent changes made even with good intent. What's happened in our neighborhood is we were developed under RD at one point, and 3 large houses way over 45 feet were allowed to be built under resort development, but yet they were allowed to have parking under residential development. So we have a parking nightmare. Our neighborhood doesn't have sufficient drainage. Our neighborhood floods regularly, and now we're in danger of being overdeveloped more with maybe 4 or 5 more large houses being built on 1 1/4 acres at the entrance to our subdivision. So we're faced with the same situation as we were again. Now there are potentially 6 lots, 2 RD and 4 RM8, which are owned by this same developer. And this is an emergency situation that we have to address. There was a document written 2.5 years ago, lessons learned, addressed to the then town manager and others, and it had recommendations at the end of the document. Only one of those is now being considered. The others are still in the planning stages. And here we are, now this land that is owned has been replatted and has been stamped and is ready for development. And the only thing that's going to stop that from us having a wall of buildings, and I sent you all an email this morning showing you the view from my back porch. I have a wall of buildings. People ask us if those are part of the Surf Watch. Yet when the Surf Watch was developed under RD, they had to have enormous parking lots, one space per bedroom. We can't let more things be developed. We can't develop 7,000 and 10,000 square foot houses on 5,500 square foot lots. I need y'all, as a town council, to direct Mr. Orlando to take immediate action on our behalf. Y'all emptied your pockets of $7 million to help some of our neighbors down the street. We're not asking for money. We're begging for help. This is an emergency situation. I need y'all to take 5 minutes your afternoon today and direct Mr. Orlando to direct his staff to fix our neighborhood. There are ways it can be done, and they're in that document. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Krista? Anyone
Mr.
else?
Simpson, Mark Simpson.
Good afternoon. I wish I'd heard some of the prior stuff, but I didn't know y'all had switched. I'm here on behalf of our client, our firm's client, Transcon Industries, and they are reacting to this summary because we didn't have the actual language until today. This summary makes things sound a little bit differently. I'm talking about 16.2.102, but the actual language does not seem to contain a citizen approval. So we certainly think that the LMO should be something that our folks can rely on. So we would be in opposition to this change. And don't know the timing of the effectiveness either. So there's that. If someone could maybe tell us, if it were to pass, would we be grandfathered?
Yeah.
I would suggest
Yeah.
we address that in any presentation that we provide for the
Yeah.
Alamo today.
We'll address that later.
Excuse me?
We'll address that in our presentation.
Okay. But this is as to that, and maybe after the presentation, we might have more to talk about. So I'll get another opportunity, I would think, for public comment. Yeah, that would be a question, and the fact that we didn't see the language till this morning, right around noon, really, takes away from the ability to effectively comment, but it looks like what you're doing is taking a staff approval and moving it to Planning Commission approval. Is this with recommendation of staff?
This has gone through, and it'll be addressed, but it has gone through the procedures of the Public Planning Committee.
That's not what I mean. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this proposal adds an approval for these certain things at Planning Commission, what is it? Yeah, rather than just a staff level. And one of the things about posting something at the front entrance of the subdivision makes it seem like this is a very, people might think this is something huge going on when it's something that's been done pursuant to the LMO for forever and ever. I've only been here since '87, but we've always been able to rely on the LMO provisions rather than sort of a moving target based upon what a particular taxpayer is proposing or applying for. So those would be my comments, but I'll reserve the right to come back and say a little more. Thank you so much.
Sir, the last one is Ms. Carper, Rhonda Carper.
Hello, everybody. I appreciate you staying awake. I'm just here to reiterate some of obviously what Keith has said and what you have heard from me over the past 8 years, which not many of you have been here for the past 8 years, except for a few, David, Tam. So basically, it's nice to see all the park stuff and that we're always trying to make the community and the island better. But when it comes to one thing, we're falling incredibly short, and it's the overdevelopment. And I know it's been brought up quite a few instances. We keep being told to stop looking at the past, to look forward, but the town keeps repeating the past. They're telling us that they're going to protect our residents. We've gone through 3 mayors that have promised to protect our neighborhood, and no one has done anything for us. I know things are changing, and I'm hoping they keep going. But I feel it's important for us to keep coming up here and saying things and making sure that we're not disappearing. It's time to do the right thing. It's time to fix the wrongs and not just keep apologizing. Our fight started in 2015. So for 8 long years, many meetings, court, lawsuits, lawyers' meetings, town meetings, phone calls, countless emails. I know you have many in your inboxes from me. And I'm hoping after the town has gone and forced us to go into a lawsuit, that you will, again, do the right things. This is imminent. There was a document that was drawn up after some of the stuff that happened in our community in 2020, Lessons Learned by Bradley Circle. It's embarrassing to be an example on the island. But I know because of us, things are changing. You've gone and you went and bought that land over off Jonesville in basically a nanosecond, protecting them. And I'm happy and glad that it's being done. But we need help. We need to be protected. I've chosen this as my home, and I feel like it's being ruined, and that I am being put in a position every single day where I cannot enjoy my quality of life. And I'm not asking for a lot. I'm just asking for us to do some changes and to make sure that we have the things that the LMO had promised us in the past, and that the LMO goes and makes some changes to make sure that these big monstrosities don't continue to be in a residential community. They don't deserve to be there. They shouldn't be there. They don't look in character. In fact, 8 years ago when I came and presented, people didn't even know where Bradley Circle was. And they decided at that point to change us to an RD community. So I stand up here and plead with you. This is imminent. It needs to be done. We don't need to wait 30 days, 3 weeks, 90 days, 4 years. Again, we need it to happen today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, that concludes appearance by citizens.
Very much. We'll move on to new business. First reading of proposed ordinance 2023-06, amending various sections of Title 16 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island, the Land Management Ordinance. Sean, could you please review this matter with council? Okay.
Hi, Missy Lewick, Assistant Community Development Director. I'm going to talk about some proposed code amendments real briefly. This is the first of a series of LMO code amendments that are going to be coming forward in 2023. So what you have before you today includes a series of amendments in a variety of sections within the code. The first is the removal of the staff granted waivers, and those removals are from height, adjacent street and use setbacks, adjacent street and use buffers, properties functioning together, access to streets, minimum number of parking spaces, parking for passenger pickup, drainage design standards, subdivision standards, wetland buffer width, and minimum tree coverage. And those were handled administratively by staff, and that will no longer be the process going forward. The next proposed amendment expands the uses that can be that can go to the can seek a variance with the Board of Zoning Appeals. Currently, there are only several sections that can seek a variance from the BZA, and because we're removing the ability to seek waivers from a variety of other sections, we had to expand the uses or the sections that allow a variance. And so that is what that is about. Outdoor screened bicycle storage in the LC and CC zoning districts was a recommendation from the Board of Zoning Appeals. Those are the only two sections that allow bicycle shops that do not allow outdoor screened bicycle storage. However, outdoor storage as an accessory use is allowed in those two districts. So that is what that change is for. The next LMO amendment is also from a BZA case, and it is to provide clarification in manufacturing use as it relates to the size and type of a brewery and what makes it a manufacturing use versus a bar or an eating establishment. And this was related to some smaller scale breweries and nano breweries, and that they're more likely classified or considered to be a commercial use rather than a manufacturing use. The next change is related to, this change came from the Planning Commission request, and it's to just replace the month of which we have for traffic counts from June and replace that with July, which is a busier season for us. The next change is something that would be for residential subdivisions and when plantings can be required, and changes that could take place after some of the homes are built. Currently, the plantings are required prior to any of the homes being built, and this change allows the planting to be deferred either due to inappropriate weather conditions or planting or the likelihood that the trees would be damaged during construction. And this allows for a guarantee that those plantings will go in. So this change for the definition of changeable copy is just to modernize the code to, right now we don't allow electronic changes to sign copy, and this change would simply allow for that to take place. It doesn't change any of our other signage standards that relate to aesthetics for signs. Then we're going to look at changing the amendment for height and how height is calculated. And when we made the changes for the flood elevation changes, we didn't accommodate how we measure when the pre-development grade for non-residential development is below the base flood elevation. And so this change allows us to clean that up from that code amendment. This next change is really a housekeeping amendment. Right now, minor subdivisions, owner's consent is listed as an exempted requirement. It's a practice that we request owner's consent as part of our application process, and this would just make it a requirement within the code to have owner's consent for a minor subdivision. And then the last proposed amendment is to provide some standards for deviations from a previously platted subdivision. And that is, the requirement for this is to recommend that these changes go through the Planning Commission, that there's public notice that's posted, and it also provides some criteria for the Planning Commission to consider these changes from a previously platted subdivision. And these are changes when it would result in a change in density within that subdivision, or it would create additional lots within that subdivision, or changes to the common open space or common amenities within that subdivision. So that's a really brief, high-level overview. If there are any questions to those, and I should add that these amendments have gone through the LMO committee, as well as the Planning Commission public hearing, and through the Public Planning Committee.
Thank you. Do you have anything else, Sean, that you wanted to add to that?
Yes, sir, if you could indulge me just for a minute. And so first reading tonight, we plan to bring it forward to second reading next week to council if council adopts tonight. Yeah, I know a lot of hungry people here in the crowd. But I just want to point out, because I know that there's some, based on the public comments, I just want to let everyone know, and I made these comments at the Public Planning Committee and Planning Commission. We know the LMO is not perfect. We know it needs a complete overhaul. Our council has identified this as number one priority on their list in the strategic action plan here recently. We met yesterday with our team to talk about growth framework and district plans and to dive in to complete that work. We have a short fuse, 30, 60, 90 days to really address the LMO, especially in areas where there is that impact of residential communities. And so we know Jonesville is an area priority. The other beach community, residential beach communities will be in that short term. And then completely overhaul the code end of this year. So we're deep into district planning and look forward to working with the different communities to identify the district plans, the future land use, and then stitch that together for the right fabric for Hilton Head moving forward. So I just wanted to share that comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion for to approve in a second?
I'll move that motion as stated.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion from council members?
Yeah, I would like the staff to clarify the last item, provide standards for deviation from previously platted subdivisions because of the public comment. It's my understanding that a subdivision plat had been previously approved. People bought property according to that subdivision plan. Is that correct, up to that point? And now,
Yes, sir.
And now an owner of a lot wants to subdivide a lot within that subdivision. Is that correct?
Well, what's happened is owner bought a small sliver of an adjacent property, and that was replatted. Two lots were replatted into one slightly larger lot. There was a replatting of 4 lots into 4 lots, changing the configuration of the boundary lines. That's all classified as non-development. It doesn't constitute development. It's just a legal document for the replatting. The addition of a small portion of property into that mix would allow, there's enough acreage there based on the 8 units per acre to achieve another dwelling unit. And so the idea behind this amendment is when you have those changes that potentially impact the number of units or density, as well as the ability to add a lot. If you add a lot, you're going to go through at least a minor subdivision review process. But if it's just plat stamping, then there's not that public process. And so that's the rationale behind bringing this through Planning Commission for their review of criteria.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes. Since that particular piece is being discussed, this is a great example that Sean gave, but this particular element has been being discussed for quite some time and doesn't relate to any particular neighborhood or piece of property or owner. It is in general, was discussed to prevent exactly what you described, David, a subdivision that came through the normal process, any subdivision that comes through the normal process, and staff evaluates the issues necessary to create a subdivision, the stormwater and all of the rest there, and decided to stamp it. And then anytime in the future, it being changed without those same considerations being made, and the ultimate detriment to the neighborhoods across the island in terms of overdevelopment, overuse of the capacity of the sewer systems, the water, and the like. And so in the example, for instance, that Sean mentioned, that was an original subdivision plat stamped and approved by the town back in the late 1970s with 10 lots that now, as it sits, has 19 lots, so twice. Just want to make the comment that it happens across the island. And as we're looking to solve the issues of overdevelopment, The town has made a commitment, this council and our mayor have made a commitment to make sure that residents' quality of life and the protection of the natural environment on Hilton Head are secured for the future. We have Jonesville Road that we're actively engaged on, taking great care to make sure that that historic neighborhood and that beautiful residential neighborhood is preserved for the future. We have issues in Folly Field. We have issues in Hickory Lane down in South Beach that is being overdeveloped with the same sort of problems. And these homes, these developments, aren't to the benefit of the residents in any way, shape, or form. In fact, they are 7, 8, 9, 10 bedroom rental units, corporations. And so if we are truly making a priority and concerned about the future of Hilton Head, the things and the actions that we're taking, the suggestions that Mr. Sledge has made in his document that frankly refer back to a document that was created, lessons learned on Bradley Circle from the last 8 years of mistakes that have been made, need to be followed through with expeditiously and without any delay. And so this has all gone through proper procedure. It's an island-wide problem, and we ought to today pass this ordinance, make Hilton Head Island a residents-first community that cares about preserving the environment and establishing a future for the generations to come.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Yes, sir.
I'm not a member of the Public Planning Committee, so I didn't get a chance to ask a couple questions that I have here, so just bear with me for a moment here. And I know that we're taking on a bigger undertaking of changing the LMO, so just help me out with these questions as it relates to that exercise as well. So they're replacing the June traffic counts with July. While I can appreciate July, we'll probably give you a bigger number. I know that we talked a little bit about the actual standard as to when things are triggered through the traffic analysis, right? So I'm just curious to know, will that piece happen as we move forward with our analysis of the LMO?
Yes, sir. And the reason the recommendation moved from June to July was based on our traffic engineer's recommendation to meet that 45th busiest day. And so that had shifted, that range had shifted, and so it was more typical of a weekday in July. And so that's what I'm doing. And yes, we will, yes.
Yeah.
And the answer to your other question is yes, sir.
Perfect. I'm more concerned about us being satisfied with a D rating versus a C rating. So okay, that's further to discuss later. The change when and how plantings are required on single-family lots. I know that there's been some discussion about the newly adopted family subdivision, family compounds, that there was some bit of a burden because of the requirements for planting. Is that going to be addressed later as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It will be addressed later.
Okay. And the last one, the addition of the owner's consent for minor subdivisions, and this is somewhat related. If one was to be going through the process of clearing heirs' property where the owner is dead, how do we cover that consent piece?
Great question. So it has to be somebody that's named on an owner of record or through a document that provides that lineage to that owner of record. I think that's what we've used in the past to make sure that that chain or whatever exists.
Okay. And I guess that leads back to the discussion about family subdivision, because that was an amendment that we made so that we can ease the path to clear heirs' property. But now with the hindrance of the plantings, I think that that's something that needs to bubble up to the top as far as our next move in amendments, okay? I think,
sure.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from council? No. Comments from the public? Anybody? Mr. Simpson?
Question as to when this becomes effective and is, we have a client who's been applying actively for, I think, over 4 months. And it's been sort of held up. We finally got something approved last week, which is what should have happened. So what's the effect of this on existing property, this change? Excuse me one second. Back up.
The effective date of the, or maybe Curtis can handle it, the effective date of,
I'll jump in. I think Sean, as Community Development Director, can answer effective date, but I would like to hear from Curtis on the true effective date, right? If today is first reading and next week is second and final reading, it's typically effective as it's adopted, right?
Looks as though the language says it's effective upon adoption.
Yeah.
There is an issue of a pending ordinance, though, that should be considered in this situation. The pending ordinance doctrine provides that once the process has been started, a public hearing was held, that the ordinance is in effect as of that time. So I certainly would suggest that that is minimally what we should be working within. This ordinance, anything that would be against this ordinance from that time forward would be completely repugnant, to use the doctrine's words, to the intent of the body to create something different than what was before. And so the pending ordinance doctrine should be applied at the very earliest opportunity. I would believe that would be when it came out of Planning Commission, unless someone wants to correct me on that.
Okay, I would use a legal opinion.
Well, I understand that you're looking for legal opinion. No one was jumping in, and I am going to suggest as a council member, which is my authority, to suggest that we have a pending ordinance doctrine in place as of the appropriate moment.
Thank you. Oftentimes, we think these things are strategically laser focused on a particular situation or application, and it turns out it affects a lot more than we thought. So I would definitely think about the law of unintended consequences. This summary, I'm confused. It says property owners within the subdivision should have to consent to changes made to a previously platted subdivision. But that's not what's being proposed, right? We're not getting all the property owners' consent. That's not in the language of the change that's being considered, correct? Because I don't see it. It looks different than it is.
Yeah.
The consent of an applicant is the first change, requiring the written consent certification. That's that of the applicant, who is also an owner.
yeah, the consent of the owners exists when there's a change to commonly opened or commonly owned property. The change when where it may result in density or the number of lots, that's different. That's a requirement that goes to the Planning Commission. So there is common ownership in a lot of these subdivisions of roadways and pathways and common area. And so, yeah, you need to get, there needs to be consent of the ownership that the changes are being made into those common areas.
So what's being proposed is if everyone in a neighborhood has an easement right in a road and something is being changed on somebody's lot, that everybody who has an easement right would have to consent?
Now, only if you're changing the commonly opened property. And the code currently allows if there's a change in access or roadway.
Yes.
That has to go back through a review regardless. This is no change in item A. It's just clarifying that the owners must consent to any change in the commonly owned areas, and that if there's a change in, a change that may result in increase or change in deviation to density or the number of lots, then it has to go through Planning Commission for review based on this criteria that's been outlined.
Okay, so you're saying everyone in certain situations would have, no majority, I don't even know what you're,
Whatever the rules are that constitute ownership within your regime, if there's a POA.
time's
But
up.
if there's a common ownership and interest from every property owner in the roadway or in the common area, then you may have to get a complete consent from all the owners.
have you ever done that? Gotten the complete consent?
We don't, well, there's not a lot of times where we have deviations to the open space or roadway or.
Well, like in Folly Field, where the town condemned the Strand Beach parcel. This would have come in handy there. But anyway, thank you much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Since the council was allowed 3 more minutes, I would appreciate just a minute more of your time. He made one errant statement. He said that one landowner is up here giving their opinion. I represent at least 15 landowners in the Bradley Circle community. I'll be glad to give you their email addresses and their phone numbers. We are united in this. This cannot stand. You cannot let them build 4 or 5 more 7 or 10 bedroom houses. First of all, the land can't handle it. This is the only canopy left in our neighborhood, these lots that he owns now. The canopy will be gone. Will be a downtown area with bricks, with brownstones, four stories, over parking, 7 to 10 bedrooms, and dozens of more cars. There's no room for adequate parking. We don't have the infrastructure. People do not have adequate water pressure now. The sewage can't handle it. We have just culverts. We have ditches in our neighborhood. Okay, and the roadway that comes into our neighborhood, Sandy Beach Trail, one way in, one way out, it's a 35-foot right-of-way. It's owned by Surfwatch, and they grant us this right-of-way across their property. They granted this developer a easement to the beach across their property with the understanding that he would build a boardwalk and get his people off of their public boardwalk. This hasn't happened. They don't spend money. They suck the lifeblood out of the community. It can't keep going. All these new people will have to walk down Sandy Beach Trail and go down the Surfwatch boardwalk because they haven't even started building their boardwalk. Obviously, it can't be used this year. The last time y'all let them do this, they parked a trailer in the street for over a year building those first 3 houses. I begged and begged and begged the town to get that thing off the street in the curve of Bradley Circle. They wouldn't do it. The town has walked on us. We're a doormat. We are worn out. We are threadbare. And I would appreciate anything you can do for us rather than to maximize somebody else's profits.
Thank you. Do you have any other comments from the public?
Good to see everyone. I want to just kind of touch a little bit on I guess what everybody's talking about here now, the platted subdivision, amended ordinance. Standards for deviation from previously platted subdivision. Now, trust me, I understand the intent. Understanding the desired intent around this particular ordinance amendment, one would have to question, is the current wording appropriate? Platted subdivision is not, or better yet, cannot every parcel of land on the island be considered a platted subdivision? Every parcel has been subdivided either by the county prior to the town's incorporation or through the town themselves. We have to ask ourselves, can this vague language eventually cause unnecessary land disputes, especially with the addition of the property owner's consent within the quote subdivision language. Taking into account that every property can be considered a platted subdivision, what are the boundary limits of the quote unquote platted subdivision? Whose consent is being required? If a property owner lives next to a PUD, will their consent be required? How does this amendment affect the enacted family subdivision ordinance? In some cases, it has taken Gullah families years to finally get their property subdivided amongst themselves. What impacts or burdens will this amendment cause for the families who, after years of bureaucracy and family disputes, endure when they want to further subdivide their property? Without the property owner's consent, who may very well be a family member, who after years of legal expenses will not consent to the proposed subdivision, what happens then? These are some examples of the potential issues which can arise from the open-ended wording of this particular amendment. I would strongly recommend a revisit of this amendment. I believe that the intended goal can and should be better worded so that it would not unintentionally open up a Pandora's box. This can affect everybody, island-wide. Every property is quote unquote a platted subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to us, to the dais, in comments from council.
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment. The question about the effective date of the proposed revisions to the LMO, the resolution itself says that the effective date shall be, that the order shall be effective upon adoption by town council, which means after second reading. This is without regard to the pending ordinance doctrine, but I think it's very plain what the intent of this is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none. Crystal, will you call the roll?
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Mr. Brown?
before you do, I just want to, I'm not sure I completely followed what Glenn was saying. I understand that it says here that the adoption is on second reading, but I also know clearly that the pending ordinance doctrine should be playing a part in any of these ordinances that we're passing. It's the way it was developed and intended to be, so that when a community was moving forward to create rules and regulations to improve that nothing would happen that would be repugnant to those desires and those actions to do so. And so I certainly am going to expect that we are under a pending ordinance doctrine already, and that this is just the next step in the process of getting this and other ordinances passed through to do what we have told this community is our number one priority, to stop the overdevelopment and to create better communities for the residents of Hilton Head Island.
Thank you. Any other comments? Last call. All right, Krista, if you'll call the roll, please.
Yes, sir. Mr. Brown?
Support.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes.
Mr. Ames?
Yes.
Ms. Becker?
Yes, under a pending ordinance doctrine. I mean, I can't vote yes for something that someone is arguing against the date that's in the ordinance. I'm made a comment. There was no follow-up. I mean, that is where we are, whether we like pending ordinance doctrine language or not. That is a fact. We have established everything we need to establish to make sure that what we are doing has some teeth in it, so that we can create the type of community that we are telling people and spending $7.6 million as out the gate to do. If we're serious, then let's do it the right way. And obviously, that has already been established by laws
Ms.
and
Becker.
rules. Yes, I understand you don't want to hear any more, but I also heard silence when I was talking.
We've got a motion and a second on the table, and we're.
You want my vote, and there was silence after, and no response. What are we voting on? What is the gentleman?
We're voting on the ordinance.
I understand, I understand that we are voting on the ordinance. I also made a comment prior to you calling the vote that we were under a pending ordinance doctrine, and that is and has been the case.
Continue with the call, please.
Ms. Becker?
What is the date that I'm voting on? I don't know what I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Well,
Help me, David.
The motion does not include any verbiage regarding the pending ordinance. We are voting on this as a first reading, and we'll come together at the next meeting for a second reading. During that period of time, council will have the opportunity to determine whether or not it wants to adopt what you're suggesting.
So the pending ordinance doctrine does not require us to adopt it. It exists. It is what it is. We have several lawyers here, and I don't know why I'm not getting any assistance with this.
Well,
And are we standing up for our residents, or are we not?
We're voting on this ordinance, Ms. Becker.
Yes, I realize that, and the
vote is-
question has been asked, and I'm asking for an
The vote is
answer.
yes or no.
And I've asked a question, and I don't know why it is I'm being backed into a corner. The gentleman asked the question, I'm asking the question. I am making a statement. I am making a statement that we are, as the pending ordinance doctrine requires, establishes, doesn't require, establishes, currently under those rules because of the sequence of hearings and the dates prior to this meeting and this vote.
That would be either a separate motion or a motion to amend what's already on the table.
And so after my initial comment, there was a quick call to the vote. So, and I realize by Robert's orders, I'm going to be out of line if I ask to amend the vote now.
I had asked for public comment beforehand, and there was no motion that was offered at that point in time. Bless you.
So I guess I didn't make it in the form of a motion. I did make a clear comment with regard to the pending ordinance doctrine. And I don't know who doesn't want to make who mad in this room right now, but I know that right here we've got a bunch of residents who are very concerned about making sure we're doing the right thing and with the opportunity to do that. And so the argument for them is going to be that if, in fact, the pending ordinance doctrine has already been fulfilled in terms of the steps that we've taken, then it is in effect when that happens, and not by necessarily voting on this ordinance or providing a new motion to do so. So I'm going to vote yes, and I will suggest that anyone who finds that anything happens repugnant to what we're voting on after this meeting should certainly talk seriously about the repercussions towards the town. And I would love, you have put this town in an awkward position right here, right now, by not having this done the right way. And I am telling you that from my seat as a council person, knowing full darn well that we are under a pending ordinance doctrine, I expect anything happening forward will be consistent with the ordinance that we are currently voting on, back to the first date that pending ordinance doctrine was applicable. Yes.
Mr. Alfred?
Yes.
Mr. Stanford?
For the motion.
Mayor Perry?
Yes.
Motion carries, sir.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
No, sir. May I ask just to continue that conversation? It was suggested that we would need a motion. While I don't believe at all it's necessary, I'm asking to put forth a motion that would state clearly, so there's no further argument, that we are currently under a pending ordinance doctrine with regard to the amendment we just approved. I think it is. Yes, sir. I think it's what I said to begin with, frankly.
A couple things here, Mr. Mayor. Procedurally, pursuant to Robert's rules, I believe it is, yes. I'll do a better job speaking into it here. Under the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act, we can only take up an off-agenda item, which this would be an off-agenda item, with the 2/3 vote of council and a finding that there's exigent circumstances that we have to act. At this point, for purposes of trying to move this conversation forward, I would state that pending ordinance doctrine of any form cannot become effective if an ordinance is ultimately not adopted. And at this point, we have not had second reading, and so the timing of it is somewhat less material in that we have to adopt an ordinance first, and then you can go back procedurally and identify when it became effective, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, and I appreciate the answer. It took a long time to get someone to chime in, and I'm not being snarky. I am representing the residents of this island. And because I am representing them, I think it's important that we speak up. And in fact, I don't know, the fact that a pending ordinance doctrine can't be in effect until you have a second vote on it very well may be true in that it could fall apart. However, the fact of being able to preserve the time from when first applicable to that second vote as a safety zone is imperative in this and everything that we do in terms of adopting new ordinances in this town. So yes, but there's still a safety zone, and I would continue to request that we move forward in making sure there's no questions for the future on this issue. And so,
Primary motion that if it has a second has to be voted upon, we'll close the floor to debate from a Robert's Rules of Order standpoint.
I hope everyone watching is noticing what is just happening. So there's a real quick to move these motions forward without all of the required and necessary conversation and debate and vote to truly protect this town from the overdevelopment and preserve this island for the future. So would you like to withdraw your motion to adjourn, please?
Was there a second? I did not hear if there was one.
I did not hear a second,
Okay.
sir.
Then I'll withdraw it.
Thank you.
All right. But I think there is a definition that we are lacking on clarity as to the pending ordinance when it takes effect. I understand what you're saying. You want it to take effect the day it was first read.
No, sir. I want, and there's not a lack of clarity, and I believe we've sat through several meetings having this discussion, And I believe there have been several opinions that have been brought forward, and the pending ordinance doctrine speaks for itself in terms of the steps, the meetings, the public hearing, and the intent of council to make a change in the land management ordinance or code in a town. So it's not my desire at all. It's the necessary steps that are spelled out clearly in the doctrine.
Yeah. Point of order. I'm trying to get caught up here. So we don't have a second to your motion to adjourn.
That's correct.
And Councilwoman Becker has made a motion to have further discussion on this topic, correct? Is that where we are, Robert Rules?
That's correct, yes, you're
So
right.
we are in need of a second of her motion
That's
at this point, correct? Okay.
Yes, that is correct. Is there a second? Going back to Mrs. Becker's request and motion.
Anyone who is not interested in voting for a second on this motion is not doing what they've promised this community were going to do through their campaign or through their conversation here today. Every time someone says residents first, every time someone says they're against overdevelopment, every time someone says that they're for the environment, by not seconding my motion, which is a formality because we already established through the doctrine itself where we are, then you have broken your commitment to this community. And I do not, and anyone who knows me knows that I do not, after 4+ years now on council, ever call anyone out. But we are either standing up to do the right thing now for this community. We spent $7.6 million as a start for one community, when we have been working on these ordinances, this one in particular, for probably near a year.
I will correct you, and that was for the island, not just for one community.
Well, not just for one community, but within one community. Excuse me for missing that statement.
And I'm going to disagree with you that we're not here to do the right things for the public.
Well,
there are avenues that have to be taken to meet the requirements to do such, and I believe in that.
I'm not sure how we are here right now, Mayor, having this
I'm going
conversation.
to make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Adjourned.